Oh, we're live. How about that? No waiting, no fucking about. Right, just bear with me. It's a bit blurred, that. Or is it these glasses? Oh, it's these glasses. They're for sure. They're for reading up close. So I don't know how I'm going to get on with this. So I might be doing it. Hello, Sky Girl. You all right, sweetheart? It's lovely to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yeah, I'll be doing a lot, but I lean in to read the comments anyway, even though I can probably read them from here, you know. But these are very, very powerful. Yeah, if I stared at the sun, it concentrates so much it would burn 2 holes out the back of my head. Look how thick they are. Look at that. There are exercises that you can do with your eyes. There are YouTube videos, lots of information online. Take full advantage of that whilst we can, you know. And there are exercises you can do. You're going to the opticians, just like any other pharmaceutical company, really. If they end up improving your vision, then you're not going to keep coming back to them. You know, they've got the perfect business model. They make them just a bit too strong every time, so that your eyes get lazier and lazier and lazier to the point where you need them a little bit stronger each time, you know? Just like pharmaceutical companies, they want you to keep coming back, you know? Hello, Alan. Alan. Good to see you, brother. Thanks for joining us, mate. I'm doing all right. Thank you very much. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. So I'm waiting for SHTF. And then this is my plan. This is my fucked up plan. I'll wait for SHTF, and then I'll start doing downloaded videos, tutorials on how to reverse poor eyesight so I can get them back to normal, so that then I can work my way through as I get older and my eyes naturally get weaker, right? I can work through the shitload of shop bought glasses that range from +1 to +1.5 to +2 to +2.5, right up to 3.5. And then I'll have these bad boys at the end as an old man, a shriveled up old man. Oh, that was rough. You know, we went through some shit then, didn't we? But we made it as an old man, you know, alive and kicking, wearing these glasses. That's interesting with the specs. They are buggers, these opticians. Yeah, they are. Just like any, again, you want your customers to keep coming back. You are the future of their company. You are the success of their company. Your custom, your money, you know? So they come out with every single possible incentive they can think of to keep you coming back and keep you coming back and keep you coming back, you know? Right, if you will just bear with me just for a minute, I'm just going to top my drink up and make sure I've got everything around me ready. 1 minute, just 1 minute. I hope it's been as sunny and as beautiful as it's been where you are as it is where I am. It's been proper ball, as I used to say. Oh, Matt, I've not even emptied the ashtray since the last live stream. So I don't know if anyone ever watched the royal family, and I don't mean the blood sucking fucking parasites that live in palaces. The royal family, you know, by Carolina Hearn, another sad loss to the industry. Their ashtray, yeah. You didn't know whether to put your fag out, or you didn't know where to put your fag out. There was no room left to put your fag out in that ashtray, and it was always like that. You didn't know whether to put your fag out or get your fucking mountaineering gear out and climb up it. I love that. I love that series. It was so lovely, you know. It just it represented the beating heart of the working class. You know, there's nothing like that on TV now. Nothing. Very talented. Hello, Lana. Oh, I'm glad you joined us, sweetheart. I really do appreciate that. I'd normally say I'm about to go, but it's been a bit, yeah. And I pulled off a shit fitness video and posted that as well, which is probably uploaded about now. It's terrible because I limit myself to 25 reps, right? But I didn't take into account not counting, just randomly changing the way that I do it. So on the last two, the last one in particular, I thought that fucker was coming down on my throat. And the sad thing about it is that I'd be so fucked that I wouldn't be able to reach for my phone. I'm gonna have to move that water in there in a minute. That was one of the things I was going to do. So I've not got any distractions. Yeah, you know, if they ever did try and manage to pull me in and have a go, they're trying to fuck my head up, you know, torture me. All they need to do is this, and I've given that away live to the world. It goes on forever. Right. It's all right. It's all right. Let's take it through here. See, people have no idea, unless you've got this stupid, ridiculous mental illness. I don't know what else to call it, you know, because it must seem irrational to some people, you know. I love the way my dog licks and drinks. I love it, you know. I think it's cute. I don't think it's fucking cute. I don't think it's cute at all. It's horrific. Anyway, hello, Ray. How you doing? Are you all right? Hope you've had a good day. Hope you've all had a good day, you know? Oh, that's thrown me. I've forgotten where I was. Oh, man. See, all I can hear outside, which is letting some nice cool air in, you know? But I don't mind being hot, you know? I love being hot. But someone's obviously having some sort of barbecue little party, perfect night for it. But they've got someone doing some sort of fucked up version of what some people might consider karaoke. And it's offending my ears, so I might have to close the door. I was almost tempted to take the laptop out there so you could hear it, right? Because it'd crack you up. It would. I can just imagine all the other people, because everyone there all know each other. You know, there'll be friends, family, a mixture of the two. You know, and it'll be like, "Who's up next on karaoke? It's Linda." Oh, oh fucking hell! Oh, it'll be doing 5 minutes. Be like me listening to Storm Drink. That's what it'll be doing to them. If you could hear what I was hearing. Oh dear. Just out of a hot bath lavender oil. A hot bath lavender oil. That sounds very, very calming, you know, very soothing. I've been doing a bit more research into tinctures, you know. Please, you know, just from a prepping standpoint, please start looking into this stuff. Please start looking into it, because there was a point in history, right, where we were veered off from the natural solution to shit. We were veered off and ended up in this fucking shit show with Big Pharma. Once you start to study these tinctures and extracts, it'll blow your fucking mind. Everyone should be doing this. Everyone, you know, we can actually even make our own vodka. So we'd be completely self-sufficient in providing medicines for shitloads of complaints and conditions, completely self-sufficiently. You know, what a fucking no-brainer is that? But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if making your own vodka is illegal. If it is, then I think I might do it. It makes it more fuck you, doesn't it? You know. But yeah, I'm definitely going down the tinctures route, and I've already got some of the kit. Oh, that was more challenging than I thought it was going to be. So I've saved wine bottles, right, and then bought corks for them, so they look more aesthetic, like oldie worldy. You know, I love shit like that. The English invented rustic, you know, and rustic is priceless. And then just smaller bottles like that. I think that might have had balsamic vinegar in it, I think, at some point. And I've just left them in hot water and took the labels off. Any little metal connector that was there that was connecting the screw cap to it originally has been clipped off, you know, to make it look the part, because it's deserving. This stuff is so incredible that it deserves to be in something that looks good, you know. That makes sense. So that would be where I would be keeping the majority of the stock of these tinctures and extracts, all labeled, all dated. And then I bought a pack of 20 of these. And these are what I would be trading, or call it trading. These are what I'd be trading them in. You know, each full bottle will cost whatever. I'll figure it out further down the line. And then there'll be money knocked off every time they come back with this as an incentive to not only keep coming back and trading with me, but having money knocked off every time, you know, not much, but enough to keep them coming back. We've got to be thinking outside the box. We really, really have. Because if you want to live some form of parallel existence in a parallel society that's running concurrent to this 1984 nightmare, right? You've got to start thinking outside the box. You really have. You know, I am not a millionaire. You know, I wish I had thousands in the bank. I wish I had, but I haven't. But I'm not letting that stop me. I'm having none of that. So if you want to be able to, you know, you'll have all of your food stocked up and stuff, you know, but it would be possible to make that rainy day food so that you're literally getting enough to get by free, as a free man and woman, making enough to get by services you're providing or things that you can trade with for food. You know, a completely new radical way of living that isn't even radical because it's how it should be and it's how it was and it worked. Anyway, hello Maria, how you doing, sweetheart? I love all those stars. You know, they always make. I love all the little hearts and stuff as well. They make me smile. And smiling's good. It's good for you. Good for the soul. All of it. I much prefer a bottle of wine with a cork. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Who's first? And because you've pulled it so hard, the bottle's got a little bit fucking excited. Next thing you know, it's all over your hand. It's put your fag out, you know, and there's about half a bottle left. And you're thinking, I want that half bottle. But I'm a nice guy. I would give it to everyone else. You know, I'd go with that. And I think most of you guys are like that as well. You know, it's a good way to be, as long as you don't let anyone take the piss. Make sure your wanker alert is very finely tuned, you know. Give your love and respect where it's deserved. And always to honest people, you know, what you see is what you get. Always honest. The kind of people that will tell you the truth about something. It might be about yourself and it maybe even offend you. But if it's true and if it's honest and sincere, it is what it is. And we learn. I heard something earlier on today. And I thought it was a lovely saying. I locked her out. I don't normally do that. Last time I locked her out, she was out there for 7 days. Oh man. Yeah, so I heard this saying. I think I wrote it down. It was lovely. It's so lovely, you know. Ugly truths will always be better than beautiful lies. How beautiful is that? And so true. So true. You can't beat the truth. You can't beat honesty, you know, even if it's something that someone doesn't want to hear. Oh, I love it when you all say up to each other. Hey, how you doing? I'm doing all right. How you doing? Oh, I love that. It's community, you know. We've got this. This is a sense of this is a community. And ironically, very, very ironically, I had a knock on the door earlier on tonight. Well, late afternoon, and I always look. I'm a prepper, you know. I always look through the window first and clock them and analyze it within a few seconds, and then I'll know whether to be on guard or not, you know. And I'm prepared for that. So I was a little bit on guard. And anyway, I opened the door, and there's a chap who was like, "Oh, I was just looking at it. I just been," and he said, "Let me give me a card. Let me give me a card." And he gave me his card, and I had a quick look at it. And it's like camper van, motorhome dealers, and I'm thinking, pikey, and I was right. So anyway, we got chatting, and I've got a love-hate thing with travellers, with pikers. It's a love-hate thing. It's mad because it's a mixture of two. Because there's the cuntishness of them that I don't like, and the ripping off of people that aren't travellers that I don't like. But then there's the other side of that oneness that they've got, that unbreakable sense of community, which we've lost, not completely, but it's diminished significantly, and they've got that, and I admire that, Anyway, so I do need to sell it. I need to turn it into money, and then turn it into something that I can use, something that's going to be useful to me further down the line, that I know will be, So it kind of piqued my interest, but I knew because he was a pikey, I knew he was going to take the piss, right? It's a given. There are a few things that are guaranteed in life, right? But a pikey taking the piss is one of them. So anyway, he says, "Can I have a look?" And I'm like, "Yeah, sure, mate." And I scrambled around, found the keys, went out there, and he had a bit of a look around. His name is Patrick, proper, decent, quality Irish name, Tradition. They've kept their traditions, more or less. They've modernised it quite a bit. It's not a horse-drawn, beautiful wooden, accommodation anymore. These like state-of-the-art caravans now, being driven by very expensive cars. Where the fuck do we get all this money from? Ripping people off. So anyway, went in there, had a look around. I was saying, look, this. All of its selling points, and then pointing out the negatives, things that need sorting out. Because I'm honest, I could never, ever, ever rip someone off. Ever. And you shouldn't either. So anyway, he called his son in. So we were already in the van. Guess what his son was called? Seamus. Seriously, Storm. So anyway, I've got Patrick and Seamus in my van, right? And they're both trying to haggle with me. Look, I could sell ice to Eskimos if I wanted to. I could. I'm a half decent salesman. That doesn't mean that I'm not sincere. I've always been honest. So, but I know all the tricks in the book, all of them. And they tried their absolute best. They were pulling that out, all manner of things, and slagging the van off, not, just saying it could cost that amount for this and that. If it's cost you another £6,000-7,000, and that's not going to be added onto the value of the van because the van's worth what it's worth, and like blah 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 blah. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'll tell you what, mate. Let me have a think about it. I just wanted them to just fuck off by that point. But it was also a really interesting interaction. I love interacting with pikers because they're from a different world. That sense of community is so important, and that's what we've got to try and build when we get on the other side of this hill. It's going to be a challenge, but absolutely doable. Where are we? Do you want the truth or something beautiful? I prefer the truth. Yeah, it's beautiful. That's another. I like your rendition of that as well. It's lovely. Yeah, you can't beat the truth, and you feel the truth when someone's lying to you. You might not be able to quite put your finger on it, but you'll know that something's off. But when the truth is the truth, even if it's something you fucking really don't want to hear, right? You'll feel it. It'll impact you. You sense it. You know that there is nothing above the truth. Nothing. The truth is absolute. And authentic people are walking or truth on legs. And there aren't that many around. You got to be absolutely yourself consistently, no matter what. You'll end up with no fake people around you because they'll either like you or they don't. No fake people. So your friends will be friends. And you'll attract more people like you. You will. You already have. Please, if one of you, if that's not happened to at least one of you, tell me. No one will. Because it's happened. It's happened to all of us. I look through my neck curtains. Is that a metaphor? Whoa. Oh, we're off. We're off. Oh dear. No, that's beef. God. I do apologise. It's too early on, but we are past watershed, so we're all right. Where was I? I looked through my net curtains. I like the fact that you still got net curtains. That's so British, It's so fucking British. And your net curtains always had to be at least as white as next door's net curtains until they brought in brown net curtains for lazy, scaggy bastards that couldn't be asked to wash the curtains and you couldn't tell, There's no one in this reality, in this world, like the British. There's very few I open the doors to these days. Oh, are you one of those, Sky Girl? You aren't. What do you want? I'm just coming around trying to sell. Go away. All right. Go on. Is that you, Sky Girl? Oh man. Anyway, hello, Mike. How are you doing, brother? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. We've got a lovely bunch of people in tonight. But we always have, they are called bloody Patrick or Paddy or Pikey or Pikey Paddy. Yeah. Well, do you know what? Because he left his card, and I said, let me think about it, and I said, I'll get back to you. One way or another, I will get back to you, and I'll try and always honour that, and I did. So I texted him because I didn't want a fucking conversation with him. I'd already gone through like half an hour of intense trying to buy this fucking van off me. Intense, But I was having none of it. So I text back to him. I didn't have to engage in conversation. It was just like, it's not happening, but I put it in a nice way. But yeah, I think there was a moment where I thought, should I save his number in case he calls me back and offers me a proper price for it? And I was going to put it under Pikey Patrick. I was. So there's a beautiful little synchronicity there. I like that. I like that a lot. Oh, I love shit like that. Seamus, not Paddy Jr. No, it wasn't. Yeah, you would think so, wouldn't you? You would think this is my son, you know, and he loves a good box. You know, he even had to tell me that, and I'm thinking, I don't give a fuck. You know, I don't get intimidated by people coming out with shit like that, because only weak people come out with shit like that. You know, weak, feeble-minded people. You know, so you know, stuff like that didn't bother me. You know, and it was jovial. It was proper jovial. Then the entire interaction was friendly and jovial, because I made sure that I steered it that way. And yeah, you know, but yeah, Pikey Patrick, yeah. I might still save his number, just so I remember that interaction. You know, trying to delete people that I don't speak to anymore. You know, which I should do one night, and I think it will take quite some time. And I'm sure that some of you have experienced the same. This has been so divisive, this shit. But there will be a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Just get to the other side of it. Oh, do you know what? I fucking love vodka, right? But I do confine myself to a Friday night and a Saturday night. So I'll buy a bottle to last me a Friday and a Saturday night. Sometimes through to the Sunday. You know, I'll have a tipple. You know, there'll be a bit left. So having this affinity with this incredible beverage, the vast majority of the tinctures that I'm going to need to be making are going to be made from vodka. So I've got to buy shitloads of vodka in, or try and get it in as I can afford it, build up a stockpile ready for you know, harvesting season, and when certain berries are ready and the rose hips are ready and stuff like that, certain herbs, without smashing my way through my own stock, you know. Like an alcohol version, right, of don't get high on your own supply. But I have got some degree of self-control, you know, because I know that this is going to be a beneficial thing further down the line, you know. So it's something I need to hone and master, so I end up with the perfect product that's going to do the job. I mean, this stuff that you can make for headaches, stuff that you can make to help you sleep, something to help your heart, stuff to help you fart, everything. There's something out there for everything, and they work. Where are we? I didn't have net curtains until I stopped paying the scum utility companies who send the bully boys around. Now I need them for privacy. I like that, Sky Girl. I had a conversation yesterday with someone, and I think I was in a position where really I didn't want to be juggling too many things or spinning too many plates, if you know what I mean. I wanted to take on 3 things at a time, and I've got 3 things going on at the moment that I'm having none of it, you know. But then next would be my water rates and council tax, maybe electric or something else, you know. Do another 3 until you are completely fucking free of everything. You've completely washed your hands of the corporate world. You know, you're done. You're a completely isolated, but not isolated, because there are millions of people like us out there. But yeah, I'm thinking of going for water xXx, because that's like £47 a month. £47, right? And what do they do? I mean, what do they do? Because they don't even have we've got filtration systems that can filter out pharmaceutical medication out of tap water. We have. And I'm one person paying £47 for Severn Trent water. So they are. Everyone else on the street, everyone else in Long Eaton, everyone in Nottingham, everyone in Derby is all paying pretty much the same. Where the fuck is all that money going? That should be invested into filters that can filter out all the shit that we can filter out. Because what's currently coming out of our taps is medicinal water, pharmaceutical water. So by law, we can refuse to pay for that. And we can, in fact, turn around to them and say, look, I've figured out how much energy I've been using for the last however long you've lived in the property. You can go back years, decades, if you want. But you'd have to work out what the kilowatt price was per hour and, you know. And then turn around to them and say, I want to bill you for the amount of electricity I've used with my distiller to make this water safe to drink and use. You've got a right as a consumer and a taxpayer to do that. But there are so many people that are so fearful of getting nasty looking letters coming through their door. They're allowing fear in. And one of my biggest messages right from the fucking start of this channel is to never ever fear. It doesn't do you any favors. Don't let it in. Fuck it off. And you can do it. You can do it. You've come this far. No fear. Fear keeps getting in the way of people. It gets in the way. I don't like shit getting in my way. If management don't like you, Ray, you're doing something right. Absolutely spot on. Yeah. Yeah. If you're getting criticisms from people that have absolutely no idea what they're talking about, or no understanding, then yeah, you know, it's another gold star on your lapel, and another one of them to the system. And you know what? Just that too right. That's uniquely British, right? What other country says that? You know, I fucking love that. Too right. It's like a proper British agreement. You know, someone will say blah, blah, and you go too right. It's very British. You know, there are so many aspects to British people that are so unbelievably unique, and we need to keep that alive, and we need to fight to keep that alive. You know, keep it going, because it's good stuff. I never do, as I can't take management bullshit. No one do you know what? Every single job I've ever had, I've always, you know, I'm there, and a gaffer will come along and he's like, and I'll meet them up there and I'll go, whoa, you know, don't talk to me like that, man. You know, talk to me like this. And that completely neutralizes the situation to the point where they don't feel like you've just tried to be the boss over them. You've just completely neutralized the situation, and they've learned a lesson. You know? I've never tolerated anyone talk down to me, because there's no need. There's no need for disrespect. Unless you're a cunt. then you've got it coming. So, but I don't think any of us are. So, there's no need for that tomfoolery. Another great British word. Skullduggery. Another great British word. You know, our language has been so powerful that it's rippled across the planet. You know. But I was waiting for Lily to come on because she's from Seattle. My mouth is drier than a kangaroo's jockstrap. I was going to ask Lily why not one single fucking American calls a herb, you know? And I don't know why. They call it a herb, no H. Well then, are they thinking because we pronounce the letter H as we go through the alphabet, H, they think that that's how it should be pronounced. Well, no, that can't be the case, because if they would, and when I saw in the store, that they begin wouldn't they? Oh, fucking hell. This conversation is going all right off in a strange direction. English culture is amazing and I love it and I will protect it to the death. I will. I'll do whatever I can. And we can all do a lot. I never got on with management types or authority either. I think it's a trait of those of us who are not brainwashed to do as we are told. Yeah, I agree with that. I think people like us, we got to know ourselves very early on. I think a lot of it through probably traumatic experiences or very life-altering, life-adjusting experiences. We got to grow up and get to know ourselves a lot quicker than most people do. So we got to know ourselves, and when you get to know yourself, you start to understand you are your own person, you know, and that gives you power. It's empowering. It's self-empowering. But then some people use that to go off in some fucked up, egotistical, manipulating twat way. And some people sort of harness it and keep taking more shit as a result of that, because it's the path with most resistance, to the point where you become a really, really rounded and pretty humble person. I don't know where I was going with that. So people that don't like to be, people that have probably got an issue with authority. I've got a massive issue with authority. No one's got a right to tell me what to do. Nobody, not one single person on this planet. The only person that's got any right over me to tell me what to do is me, and that's it. It's as simple as that. There's no line in the sand. There's no compromise. It's as simple as that. You know, they don't give us freedom of speech. It's already ours. You know, they can't give us something that we've already got. Never forget that. I know you're a bit of a rebel, Lana. I did a bit of research on you and I found out that you did some proper Bruce Lee shit on 17 teachers in one room, wiped them all out. And they could never prove it was you because of the ninja outfit you had on. Is that true? Let me know in the chat. I've got this mental image of her doing that now. You know, really going for it. I feel quite limbered now, you know. Herb, yeah, herb. It's a herb, you know. It's the British can only ever pronounce it in a very British way. There's, you know, it's one of those words. It's a herb. You can either go, it's a herb. I think you'll find it's a very rare herb, or you can go, it's a herb. Either one sounds exactly the same, more or less. It is what it is. It's a herb. Yeah, I think a lot of managers are taken on as managers because, but then I've had managers before that have just been the dog's bollocks, the absolute dog's bollocks, you know. The utmost respect, again, because these were managers that could get the job done, right? But they were completely and totally honest and unique and genuine, you know. So people like that, people will listen to it, you know, right? Okay, fair enough. I'll do that, you know, because just out of respect. There are people all around the world working for bosses that they fear. They literally fear them, you know. But if that cunt of a boss that they fear, because if they didn't fear him, he wouldn't be a cunt, right? If he could get all of those people to respect him just out of just being nice, sincere, genuine, honest, right? He would get twice the quality of work out of those people because they're contented. Contentment's very powerful. I opened a bottle of Jam Shed that I've been saving for tonight's live stream. Oh, you bastard. Do you know, I've had car issues. Yeah, right. So anyway, I'm not going to go into that. I might go into it a bit later on if I have a lull of something where I can't think of something to say, which is unlikely. But on the way back, I drove past it. It was either Audi or Lidl. I still get the two mixed up. It's the same fucking dog with a different haircut. That's all it is. That's all it is. And they've got a cheap version of Jam Shed. And it tastes just as nice. It's really, really nice. But I've been doing a bit of research recently. Close your ears, Michael. Put your hands over your ears, me out China. That they don't have to put all the ingredients of what goes into an average supermarket bottle of wine. There's a loophole. So some of the shit that's in most of this wine that we drink is ridiculous. You'd be thinking, actually, I'm all right with water tonight. I'm telling you, Michael, start looking into it, brother. It's ridiculous, mate. Ridiculous. But if you buy a bottle of wine and it states that it's organic, for now, that has to be under rigorous regulations to be organic, right? So if you're going to buy wine, buy a bottle of organic wine, you know, which I don't think Aldi or Lidl sell. So, but you've seen me drink that organic red wine. I don't know why I did that, because I've not got anything to show you, you know, and you know what a bottle of red wine looks like. But yeah, they're not going to sell anything particularly healthy. And I was reminded earlier on of a video that I watched a few years back now, and I watched a video that reminded me again of the fact that they've managed to create the jab. They still love to use the term vaccine, don't they? You know, bless them. And integrate it into perfectly normal growing lettuce and tomato, and I'm a big fan of tomatoes. So I would never buy shop bought tomatoes, but I keep buying canned tomatoes because I like them. You know, but does that mean that because of these tomatoes and because they're not putting this on labels and stuff, does that mean that I'm unknowingly taking on board this nano bio weaponry? You know, we've got to keep our fucking heads on a swivel. It's mental. It's absolutely fucking mental, the level of shit that we're having to tolerate, right? And I've said this before. You know, if you were to kind of download what you know, any of you guys, download it and then send it over to a normie and then upload it into their brains, their fucking legs would give way like that. They'd probably never get over it. Never get over it. And if you think about it, you know. Yeah, like I've said before, here we are. Here we fucking are. You know? Oh, was there a ninja emoji? I didn't even know there was a ninja emoji. But then you've got. I don't know. What, did you find that ninja? No, that would have been on your phone or whatever you're using. I'm very limited on here. It's an old laptop. You know, the only one I ever really use is like a set of hands like that with a heart in it, looking up. As I've signed off from a live stream, and I'll put the emoji in there and just put a little thank you to everyone. You know. But that's the only one I use. All the rest are really fucking weird and fucked up. Not like what you've got on your phone. And then you've got different emojis on iPhone as you have from Samsung. Samsung, they're bastards, you know. You've got to watch them. They're one of the biggest deep state contractors, you know. You've not just, and when I say deep state, I mean the deep state that covers America and the UK and most of Europe and most of the world, you know, that deep state. Oh dear. Yeah, I do apologise, Michael, about the fact that with white wine in particular, they do use cheap white wine that you can buy in any supermarket. They'll use fish guts in some way. I can't remember the process of it, but they use fish guts to refine and purify the wine to make it look clearer. Look it up. You know, I wouldn't tell you any of this stuff you'll know if it's a theory. You know, I'm telling you the truth. And that's white wine. Red wine, again, God knows. Wine is definitely one of those things where you get what you pay for. You really do get what you pay for. So if you're going to drink, I would just recommend, Michael, just to close the wine thing off. If you're going to buy a bottle of red wine, because I fucking love red wine, I love it. It's right up there with vodka, right? And a quality bourbon. But I love red wine. I've always loved red wine. And they say if it's not good enough to drink, it's not good enough to cook with. But at Co-op, you know, I'm sure you've got a Co-op near you. They do an organic red wine, and it's lovely. I think it's about 11.5, 12%. So I mean, it's not a head kicker. You know, if you want to get rat arse, you might want to buy two. But I don't recommend that you do that because I've got to be responsible. You know. I don't like the idea of you like getting out of bed and throwing up in your missus' knickers straw at 3 a.m. Because Terry said I should drink two because it's not strong. and it's organic because it's good for me. So it's medicinal. So I bought 2 bottles and drank 2 bottles. That's what they do at Weight Watchers, you know. It's I can never get my head around Weight Watchers or Slim Fast or whatever it is that where women go. They get they get up on the scales in front of everyone, right? And they go, "Oh, Vera, you've put 2 pounds on since last week. You cheeky bitch. Frank, slap her." Right? And she steps off. And on her way out, they've got these little stalls set up, you know, Weight Watchers products for you to pay over the odds for, right? And then you take one of these, generally these people that aren't weak enough to be able to see, to think 3 rules: eat less, eat better, do more. Because they're too weak to follow those 3 rules. They go home with these packet of 6 Weight Watchers cakes, right? Plonk down in front of the telly, put shit on, which is pretty much the telly, open it up and they think, well, because it's Weight Watchers, I can eat the whole fucking packet. And that's the truth. That's the truth. Oh dear. So firstly, right, if you're not happy with your figure, right, try and be happy with it. There are loads of aspects of me that aren't perfect, but I'm me. I've accepted that. Don't matter. You should do the same. And if there's any aspect about you that you don't like, if you look in the mirror and you think, I think I'm too fat, I feel like I'm too fat. As long as you're not anorexic, right? If you feel like you could lose a few pounds and be healthier for it, right? Stop moaning about it in front of a mirror. Stop moaning about it. Stop pulling yourself down. Stop making yourself feel like shit, you know, and do something about it. You can. And once you start, the more you do it, the more you want to do it, because you start seeing the benefits and feeling them. Just saying, you know, I'm not a fat shaming bastard, but if there's something about you that you're not happy about, that you can do something about, then do it. You know, I'm not on about thinking, right, I've always had small tits. Terry's right. I need to order 2 scalpels off, just so I've got a backup because I'm a prepper. 2 scalpels off Amazon, and 2 big jelly bags, and then sit back and do your own make your own breast enlargements because you're not happy with your tits. Nothing you can do about that. And there are loads of blokes out there that like smaller breasted women. You know, not all blokes like massive tits. I don't. You know, too much is too much. So women just assume that all men like big tits. You're wrong. Men are made up of lots and lots of different types of men, just like women are made up of lots of different types of women. It's as simple as that. So just accept what you used to think as imperfections as just being part of you. And if there's anything about you that you can do anything about, then do something about it. Just stop fucking moaning about it. Is that it? Dead simple. I don't know where that came from. So I love it when us English talk with our hands. You holding a bottle of wine. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I do apologize for being really, really behind in the chat sometimes. I get carried away, and I don't know if this is in real time or not. I don't know if there's a delay already, you know. But I'll make sure that I can, or I try to remember what it was connected with. But yeah, we are. I think some of the funniest people that have ever been on the stage have been very animated people. Some of them a little bit too animated. Lee Evans, he used to, after one set, you know, of like an hour and a half of watching them on a DVD or something, a lot of stuff you come out with, because it's relatable stuff, is a little bit like Peter Kay that way, you know. It's all, you know, very working class, typical working class jokes and, you know, relevant stuff. But sometimes he gets so fucking lively, and then you start to see all of his shirt, his blazer, the sweat's coming through that, and he's moving around. And he's like, oh, very jerking. So after I watched him, I thought, yeah, I laughed my tits off at certain sections, but I feel fucking exhausted now. You know, some can be a bit too animated. But then I think you'll find that people that express a lot with their hands are usually very creative-minded people, you know, deep thinking people, deep people, because they're just very passionate, you know. And when you use your mouth and your hands at the same time, you don't get more passionate than that, you know. And yeah, I agree with that. I was making it up as I was going along, but I agree with it. Yeah, I think most people that are very animated when they're talking are quite deep people, and expressive, just expressive, arty in some way, probably, you know. Again, you know, so I've seen Lana's artwork, and it is outstanding, you know. And if I thought there was a possibility that because I've said to her that I am trained to teach, and I'm trained to teach art, right? And I think she knows that if I thought there was just something there that I maybe would have just dropped, made a hit, or I would have opened it up with something like, can I be? Would you mind? Would you take offence if I critique this particular drawing? And I would know in her voice whether or not she meant that. No, because women are like that. It's like, you've pissed your missus off. You know you've pissed your missus off, right? You go, are you all right, love? Yes. Right. I'll carry on with my pint then. That was Vera. In reverse. That's the first reverse I've ever done, you know? The first one. And yes, yeah, Michael, the Italians are very, very, very passionate. You know, I had a steak dinner in the mountains on the Italian side of where the Alps start off. Oh man, Lake. Can't believe it's not there. Wait, I don't know why. Anyway, as we were driving up to where we were staying on the opposite side of the Alps, Lake Lagarda, there was a stretch of road there where they filmed a scene from Casino Royale with Daniel Craig. We went along there in a Fiat 500. Anyway, right, so we went up into the mountains, and again, I love to taste the essence of a country, you know, the real essence of the country, you know, no touristy shit. And so we went to this restaurant, and they're very, very, and this was passed down from generation to generation, as we found out further down the line. And I ordered a steak, and Sally ordered a marinara, you know, cheap like mac with bits of ham in it. That's my description of it. Or was it a tagliatelle? Anyway, it doesn't matter. And then Reese had something else. And I tried to explain to him that I wanted mine medium to well done, because I can't handle any pink in my steak. It's got to be cooked. It's got to be brown. Now, I know that I am definitely in a minority there. I know I am. People, you do what? That's sacrilegious to a decent steak. That's a waste of a steak. So many people have said that to me, which is how I like it. I don't like to chop into it and then there's bits of blood coming out. I'm thinking, fucking hell, I might as well just get pissed, build up a bit of Billy Big Bollocks, right? Corner a moose, fuck it, and then eat it. To anyone that's watched that particular live stream, you'll have a chuckle with that. But anyway, so he was like, no. So he was telling me that the way I wanted my steak was wrong. Like, I know what I fucking want. I know what I like. But he was so fucking passionate about food, right? So passionate, and I could feel it. And I had so much respect for the fact that he loved cooking. He fucking loved it. That he ended up bringing the steak out to the point where he was trying to make some compromise with me, right? So he pushed it to what would be his fucking limit, and then dished it out to me, and it was like, whoa, oh, this is going to be a fucking challenge for me, So I'm slicing into it, but the fork was going straight through. It was so so tender. But there was this pink liquid, and oh my God, that was a challenge. I'm like, quick to the toilet. Nah, I ate it. I sucked it up. When in Rome, when you're in a situation like that you're not entirely comfortable with, right? Appreciate where you are, and appreciate it's a memory being created for further down the line to look back on, So make the most of it when in Rome. Yeah, I've not had one. I've not had one like that since. I've cooked my own fucking steaks from then. That's it. I've got far back, half hour. Right. What I'll do is I'll read through all the comments now because I don't want to miss anyone out. And then I'll finish reading and I'll carry on talking about whatever. His mum, give me 3 rings when you get home. So yeah, the royal family. Yeah, it was so lovely, and they can't remake that now. They can't do it because it wouldn't be the same without the writer of it, which is Caroline Aherne. She was, imagine writing, casting, producing, directing, and acting all at the same time. That is talent, and British talent. Although she's got an Irish surname, but British. Let's not look at the small print. Yeah, fish guts. There will be some omega-3 in there, but because of the process, you're not going to get any. It won't be any of the nice, healthy parts of the fish, Michael. That's the point. No, it's all about profit margins and satisfying shareholders now. That's it. So it's so gross. Fish bloody guts. Jesus, I'm glad I only drink red wine. Yeah, but I don't know about that one, Sky Girl. And again, going back to red wine, it can be medicinal. There's an enzyme in red wine that helps keeps the health, or helps to promote the health of the inner of your arteries, right? So as a result of that, and the fact that it's got an alcohol content which keeps your blood slightly thinner, right, marginally, medicinally, just saying, don't turn into a fucking enraging alcoholic and blame me. So you've got your blood probably gushing a little bit faster because it's a little tiny bit thinner, and you've got so the speed of that blood helps to prevent a plaque build up in your arteries and slightly smaller veins anyway. On top of the fact that in red wine, good quality red wine, there's an enzyme that increases the cell health of the inner of your arteries as well. So it's a double whammy. You please feel free to look all this up. It's very true. It's very true. So, but I didn't want to turn around to people and go, you know what? It's not too late to go down to Asda. They're still open on a Friday night. They're open 24 hours. Go and get yourself 25 bottles of red wine. It's medicine. I didn't want to come across like that, you know. But if you know where to draw the line, this is why the French and the Italians and the Spanish, they'll drink alcohol with their meals, because it's traditional, it's passed down. And some of the healthiest people on this planet are the Mediterranean people. You know, statistically, they're the healthiest people on the planet, the Mediterraneans. We've got much to learn from them. Where are we? If I piss in the Mrs. Knickers drawer, I will definitely blame you, Terry. Yeah. I thought, I'm fucking bursting, but I don't want to use my toilet, you know. I know, I'll drive 50 miles. I'll drive 50 miles to Michael, even though I don't know where he lives. Yeah. And I'll pick his lock, even though I'm still bursting for a piss. I'll pick his lock like that. And then every now and then I take a break just to hold it in a bit, focus, pick it a bit more, open his door, get in there, sneak up the stairs, just quietly open his missus and his bedroom. Michael starts to stir. I'm just like, go back to sleep, Michael. You're just dreaming. And he's probably dreaming about a live stream, you know. You're just dreaming, Michael. Go back to sleep. And I'll just pull his missus's drawer out and hope it's the knicker drawer, because I can't wait any longer. There is a risk that I could have really fucked up, because I was so desperate at that moment that I could have pissed in her bra drawer. You just don't know. Or the bottom drawer with the vibrator in and short-circuited it. She'd have been fucked then. You know? That's what I mean. Some people don't know what hardship is. Where were we? Do you have a tipple on the go, Alan Edwards? Yeah, does Alan Edwards have a... And Alan, are you Michael's friend, or are you another Alan? Just to confirm. It might give me off. I might take half an hour to get down to your comment, but I'll know what it meant. Yeah, that. Oh, by the way, that weightlifting video that I've just put out. It's not great. You know, it is the basics. You know, I'm not a fucking gold medalist athlete. I'm not Bruce Lee, you know, but I'm giving it a go and I'm training, right? And that's what matters. Trying to get fit, trying to keep yourself as optimal as you possibly can. And age generally is just a shit excuse. It really is. It really is. What was I going to say about that? Yeah, because of the wind and the pollen, my eyes look quite fucked in that video. So you have to excuse that. I don't normally look quite as rough as that in my eyes. But I've not had a problem with hay fever for years now. Years. But it's just starting to it seems to be making a comeback. But I've got medication for that. And there is a local honey. I just need to get some in. It's on my list. Where are we? I'm Italian, so I love a good red wine. Yeah, it is very... Most Italians drink red wine over white, you know? vino rosse instead of vino chianti. So, due vino rosse, por favore. One for you, one for me, and one for you there, Ray. I love Italy, especially non-touristy spaces. Yeah, it's beautiful, Sky Girl. Oh man, did you ever go to San Marino? That's incredible. So as far as I'm aware, if you want to get into the semantics of it all and start picking away at it all, yeah, each embassy in every country is a country in its own right. So let's exclude embassies, right? As far as I'm aware, Italy is the only country in the world that has two countries within Italy. And I'm not talking about Sicily, that's a separate entity, right? So you've got the Vatican City, which is a separate country, right? And you've got San Marino. And at the time of me going to San Marino, please feel free to look this up. At the time of me going to San Marino, that had the highest GDP per capita in the world. There's a lot of countries out there. But yeah, the Vatican is a separate country to Italy. The city of London is a separate country to England. You know? Washington, D.C. is a separate country within America. It's all been set up that way. Please feel free to do your own research. And if I'm wrong about any of this, please either let me know in the chat or let me know via email. You know, just let me know, and I'll if I'm wrong about anything, I'll fucking tell you. But I'm on this. It's mad. But yeah, San Marino's so beautiful. It's so fucking beautiful. You get to the top of it, and all you can see are just these terracotta roofs everywhere and olive trees and just beautiful, so beautiful, you know. I love Italy. Where are we? Especially, yeah. Then you feel the true experience of the country. Plus, it's cheaper. Exactly. You just get whenever you go abroad now, and you've run out of baccy or you've run out of fags. You smoke fags when you're over there because you feel a bit more fucking flush. You know, it's like, well, I do actually bring 2 weeks' wages with me, so I can splash out a bit here and there. On top of the fact that this packet of fags is only £1 instead of 25 fucking quid at home. You know, it's madness. The amount of money this. I think that, again, going back to this great awakening thing, you know, again, I know I've said it a few times. It is a real thing. It really is happening. It's a proper phenomenon. I can't stop. I can't help it. So as a result of that, I just wish I knew why all this is happening. But anyway, so all of these measures that they're putting in place is to counter what is essentially an inevitability. It doesn't matter what they throw at us. It doesn't matter. The end is going to be the same outcome. It really is. That's not what I started off trying to talk about. I lost that and then just went down the other side. But yeah, the Italians are very, very passionate, and I love Italy. I love Italy. I'm Italian, so I love a good red wine and a red-bodied man. When you say a red-bodied man, red bodied as in sort of, because you've got so wine can have body, you know. When you taste wine, it can have body, you know. If you love red wine, anyone that loves red wine will understand the whole body thing. And no, I'm not one of these people. It's like, I'm picking up the essence of the English woodland with a bee flying from dandelion to dandelion. Cunts like that. I'm not one of them. I forgot where I was going with that. Yeah, so red-blooded. Oh, red-blooded man. I thought you said body. Have you? Can you put spelling mistakes right in the chat, or did I read that wrong? I must have read it wrong. A full-blooded, yeah. And apparently there is also something in there that may be a contributor to some form of like mild aphrodisiac. And look, you know, if someone turns around to me and says, look, you having problems down there? I'd be like, no. If I did, I haven't, for the record. No. And they go, look, I can tell by your body language that you have, right? You can either take Viagra or you can, I've forgotten where I was going with that. Oh my God. This is how my brain is. It fires at 100 miles an hour. And I can guarantee to all of you guys that I appreciate these live streams way more than any of you do. 100%. So yeah, a red-blooded man. Yeah. But hey, Ray, as opposed to what? You know, have you ever had an encounter with someone whose blood wasn't red at any point? If you have, I think you should tell us now, because I'd be quite concerned. You know, there's some sort of fucking alien invasion going on, and we're living out some sort of scene in They Live. But yeah, do you know what? A red-blooded man is proper traditional British terminology. You know, again, another thing that adds to our Britishness. Someone said something the other day, and it cracked me up, because it was something that was said in the maybe in the late 60s, definitely the 70s, and maybe the early 80s. Right? If you've been with someone for long enough and you're feeling a bit, my dad calls it, because they've been together for so long now with his wife. He says every now and then on a Friday night we'll have a bit of a fumble, and I'm thinking, oh, that sounds romantic and passionate. But yeah, the term, do you fancy a jump? And that was, do you know what, right? I think in many cases with most women, I think that would be more of a turn on to them. Because women are attracted to humor. You know, I think if you can make a woman laugh, certain aspects of the way you look might just pale into insignificance, because women aren't like men. They're not like men. We have different needs to women. Women have different needs to us, and we are two complete opposites of the same species. And women don't, they're just so different to us. So completely different, you know? And I was watching a video on rattlesnake. I love debates, you know? And yeah, the whole religion thing, don't switch off, because I do think it's important that these sort of things are just discussed a little bit, right? Because they're playing a significant part in the changing, very, very rapidly changing geographics of, or not geographics, because that would mean America's moving over to us, or we're societal, yeah. Fucking hell, it's gone. That's what I mean about my mind going at 1,000 miles an hour, and by the time it's processed, it's blah, 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 and I've missed out on half of the comments. Italian passion, yeah, well worth a gold medal for that all day long. Oh, is Lulu's prepper pad in? Is she still in? I hope she's. Oh, hello, darling. You all right? Have you thought about starting your channel back up again? Because it was so endearing. You're so endearing. You know, you're a little bit like our Ruth. You know, and Lily Gazoo, who's got her homesteading channel. You know, you're very, very endearing women. You know, and people love that. People love that. They really do. And endearing doesn't mean weak, by the way. You know, I think a lot of people that would be seen as endearing are, I think, sometimes targeted because the targeter thinks that they are weak, and it can turn out to be a proper fuck around and find out sort of scenario. See, it is possible to be a really, really good person with all of those beautiful human attributes, you know, whilst taking no shit from anyone or anything that doesn't match your moral compass, provided you've got one, which I don't think any of us haven't. We all like our food how we like it. I like my toast almond burnt and my baked beans so overcooked that they are sludgy. Yeah. Have you tried putting butter in your baked beans, Lulu's prepper pad? Lulu, I just call you Lulu. It's less of a mouthful because it even says it's Lulu. It's Lulu. It's Lulu's prepper pad. You know, you don't need to. Her pad, her layout is not her fucking surname. So I'll call you Lulu from now on, Lulu. It makes it easier for me and more personal for you. We all like our food how we like it. I like my toast almost burnt and my baked beans. Yeah, you see, I like mine. I like to, because I'm going through a lot of baked beans that are from best before 2024. And I'm thinking to myself, right, I'm going to open this slightly concaved can and I'm going to inspect it and just check it out, you know, make sure it's okay. And then I'll tip it. If it looks all right and it doesn't smell suspicious in any way, I'll put it in a pan, an extra cup of water, and then just cook the fucking living daylights out of it. Now, there have been fears that have gone around the prepper community now for years and years and years, and that's about botulism, right? So if you've got a pen and paper ready, or you're watching this on a replay, rewind it and write it down. Have a look at the last person that that died as a direct result of botulism, right? Look it up, okay? So going back to canned food, yeah, you are better off keeping it in cool, dry, dark places. You are, just like any other food. But we're preppers, so we're having to sort of move shit around and put stuff in places that might get a bit hotter during the day and stuff like that just to make it work. But I've always said, and I do stand by this, right? But again, do your own research, that it's all about the cooking. It's all about the heat. So yeah, I've pulled cans down out of my roof. That sounds like an interesting metaphor that I would never be able to explain. And yeah, I mean, they've probably cooked in their cans a couple of times. And I took one of those cans, which was it was a beef stewing dumpling that I've not managed to find anywhere else. I don't even know where I bought it from. So in the camping video where I was showing you me doing a stick-fed fire to cook my dinner on, in the shorts, and the can that I'd emptied into my pan, that's been in the loft for 3 intense summers. So cooked in the can and then cooled down, cooked in the can, cooled down, cooked in the can. Again, I'm not recommending this to anybody. Just use your senses. Use your senses. You know, if you think, oh, I'm not sure. It does smell all right and it does look fine. Heat. And botulism is ridiculously rare. In fact, do you know, based on what I'm trying to remember about statistics, right? Based on a study that I know to be true statistics, right? Get this from Marriage Made in Heaven. I know. Oh my God, it's gone. Right, let me see if I can find something that kicks me up. Right, yeah, nice one, Michael. I did wonder if that was Alan, who we went camping with, and again, you know, I had to keep apologizing to the guy, even though he didn't mind, because he was so fucking laid back, you know, even though he didn't mind. And I didn't do it all the time, but there were certain moments where I couldn't resist it, you know, because everyone's seen that clip, you know, that short. Alan, you know, just over and over and over. But I did kind of bring it down to maybe 3 Allens towards the end of the camping trip, you know, just as my way of kind of like, calm back down again. It was calm anyway. If that guy was any more fucking laid back, he would have been asleep, at least on the surface. Hello, Lee. You all right, matey? Hi, mate. Last we spoke, I was on KOHSAMUI. Is that some sort of illicit drug or a very, very special kind of mushroom? I'm not familiar with that, mate. So I was on Koh Samui. Right, you're gonna have to be a little bit more less cryptical with that, Mio China. If it's something you're trying to disguise saying, I understand that, but I encourage free speech, mate, so you can say whatever you want, you know. But I do understand why some people want to keep a lower profile, although they know what you've been watching. You'll be on some sort of AI device list somewhere of of where your threat level is, because of the videos you watch. It doesn't matter if you comment, it doesn't matter if you hit the like button or the subscribe button. It basically this is why they're building these data centers up north, you know, with their own sort of modular nuclear power stations, power these things to hoover up all of our personal life and individuals. You know, this is why we need to form these parallel societies. It's the only way, but it takes guts. It does take guts, and you've got to relinquish fear completely to the point where you completely own yourself. You know, you lead yourself. And then when you take into account the police, for example, are all corporate, you can just turn around and say, look, I'm a living, breathing man. You know, you're dead. You're dead. You know, abbreviation of corporation is corpse. They've got no control over you whatsoever. But that is the way that the police are perceived these days. So as a result of that, people keep bowing down to them because they don't think they've got a choice when they have. Oh my God, do you fancy a jump? I have never heard any man say that to me. Right, Sky Girl, how would you react? Because I do think that cheeky men can get away with anything as long as you're cheeky to the right level, you know? I mean, I pulled a woman in a bar just by just looking at her and just going, do you come here often? The oldest, cheesiest, shittest chat line in the world. But it's all about your delivery, you know? But yeah, do you fancy a jump? That's like, oh, go on then, just pull me nicely up. It's lazy sex. Today we call it spooning, you know? You can't beat a nice little bit of a spoon in the morning. The only downside is that it's not fair on the lass, because if he's done, if he's done before she is, she's still, you know, what about me, you know? And then most blokes, when they're done, it's like, there's no round two for these people, you know? Where the fuck did that come from? Yeah, do you fancy a jump? Yeah, old school, just proper old school British words. I love them. I love my country. You have no idea how much I love my country, you know, in its little ways. And I will protect it to my last heartbeat. I will. I promise you. The English Constitution, Party Society, the full English on Rumble is full of real knowledge, law. Amazing. I'll look into that, Maria Spoon. Let me just write that down. I just need the channel name, really. Where is it? The English Constitution Party Social. Is that the name of the organisation, or I've never heard of them. You know, and this is one of the gutting things, because there are going to be startup parties, right? But then they're going to make it almost impossible financially for these people to go on a proper campaign leading up to an election. They'll either be Kennedy'd, or we're not going to have another general election. And I do believe that most of you guys believe that. Right, where was I? Yeah, so can you... I love it when they're dreaming. You know, I'd love to see what they could see in their dreams. It's called Ko Sa Mui. Ah, right. Let me write that down first. You see, come tomorrow morning, I'll look at this and I'll think, what the fuck is that? Until I type it in. Again, guys, take advantage of the internet, because if they don't want to pull off something that's worse than 9/11, right? Or they do, but maybe share the damage. So multiple blame points. Where was I? We've got to keep our heads on a swivel, you know. It's there's quite a lot of expats moving to Thailand and a few other places because they can see what's coming, you know, and the ability or the option to add your wages paying into a pension and your company matching that was a win-win-win-win-win for the government. It's like, right, so you've covered this, and it's your hard-earned cash that's made this cash valuable, your graft, and you've had assistance from these henchmen. Madness, absolute madness. The problem with the chat is that it's a bit behind, so we are responding to what you may have said 5 minutes ago. Yeah, I think you're right there, Sky Girl. But as long as I can remember what I was talking, I'm trying to get not too far behind. If I can remember what we were talking about, or the topic of subject at the time, I will be able to click back into it and then just give you half an hour of pure fucking bare waffle, you know? The waffle wizard. I might grow it down actually, all the way down here, right? And then have it plaited, perfectly plaited, right? So that my beard is connected to my pubes, you know, and set a new trend off. And there are benefits to that as well. So if you've got any mates that have decided to go along with that and go for the proper beard, Gandalf beard, we just tie his pubes. If he passes tie his tubes around his beard, and just fuck off and leave him. Imagine waking up in a hospital like that. What sort of explanation could you give? Not many. Not many at all. The problem with the chat, yeah. So can you tell us how to keep your preps cool in the hot weather? You could bury him, but then for every spot of land that you can grow food in, but then do you know what, Michael? It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, because you could end up with at least a full year's worth of calories in a bucket that you've buried than you would from a fruit tree that's just going to give you a few pears or a few apples. And that would keep your food cold. Yeah. So burying it. But like I said, if wherever you bury a tub, you can't plant food in there. It won't be deep. It won't be deep enough. So off-grid cooling if you know a local river and there's a little spot where you think no one else can get down to, you can keep stuff in there. But then it's not practical at all. I don't even know why I even said that. A 12-volt basic solar system and some leisure batteries can keep your stuff cool. That's the most preferable way of dealing with it. But because of the fact that meat is so unbelievably important to our diet, no offense to any vegans out there or any vegetarians, I'm just saying, I think we were designed to eat meat. We are omnivores, right? So this is not to insult any vegetarians that might be listening, right? I'm not like that. I'm just speaking my truth. What was I talking about? See, the waffle wizard. I did say it's looking highly likely now that that's the next t-shirt. And by the way, I don't normally buy labels, but I like the way I try and buy tops that I like the way they fit. I like to try and buy jeans and where I like the way they fit. So I'll spend 40, 50 quid on a pair of jeans if they fit really nice. But I'll also spend £3 at a charity shop because I like the way that they fit, you know? So I'm not all about designing labels. I mean, now I told you I found a t-shirt. I got a t-shirt whilst I was out with the girls. This is it. This is what I took off him. Oh dear. But yeah, Michael, the only answer to refrigeration is 12 volt, right? For during the summer, which is when, if you're using a solar panel, you've got a constant top up, right? Using a decent solar controller. So you've got a constant top up of your leisure batteries that are powering the fridge during the day, right? And then through the night with the energy that they've conserved, and then they replenish the energy of the power from the solar panel first thing in the morning again. So you can keep stuff cool in a cooler with a really crude basic solar setup. As for winter, preserving food and making sure that nothing's going to go off in winter, you just put it in a pest-proof tub. By then, chances are you will have opened one by then, right? And just put that tub outside. And I forgot where I was going with that again. Yes, just keeping stuff cool. During the winter, everything's cold anyway. But during the winter, if you don't put your food, outside in a pisket, you can. Oh man, it's gone again. I've had one of those days. So the garage trying to rip me off, right? So I found a garage that I really trusted, right? To the point where I think myself, just like many of you guys, we analyze the shit out of people. You know, we watch them very closely, you know, for any, not unless they are genuinely, you know, just not interested in anything really. Yeah, it's nice to. Oh my God, my brain. Yeah, so an insulated tub or picnic tub that's twin layered, you're always going to be better off with something metal, because the plastic being left outside in frozen conditions and then warming up and then frozen conditions and warming up, it gets so brittle that it becomes utterly useless. And then you've got all of those broken pieces of plastic that are just joining out into our water supply and our food. So yeah, you canny fucking win. So it is. That was Scottish and Irish. Only the Irish say so. It is. Yeah. So a basic solar setup to keep your food cool indoors, and just some sort of insulated tub that you can put stuff down on that foxes aren't going to lift up and take away, or any stuff like that, because they will. They're opportunists. I love them. So yeah, just weighing it down heavy with stuff, or lifting it off the floor or whatever. You can keep your food fresh and cool outside. There are so many ways of beating the system, or at a very minimal, right, of surviving, thriving, and being at the top of your game. Let me just ponder over that. Yeah, Alan, I don't know if you're still there, brother. I saw a different. I saw it. So Alan. I just did that by accident. Alan, it just happened. I'm not doing that to you again, brother. That's it. The days are over. I needed to just get it off my fucking chest. And Alan's a proper nice bloke. He's a proper nice bloke. And yeah, nice chap. Really, really nice chap. It was a pleasure to meet him. Yeah. So right. So whilst we were away camping, Zephyr just turned into a little bastard, a little twat. She was just looking around, when they move around like that and then making eye contact with you like that, you're thinking, you've got a little bit of fucking viciousness in there that wants to come out, haven't you, you little bastard? And when you can't find any cursor, any signpost as to why she suddenly turned into a little bit of a cunt, right? And when we went camping, I'm wondering, maybe it was just like it was a change of accommodation, a change of scenery. Maybe that's made Zephyr a little bit loopy. Who knows? I don't know. There was no rhyme or reason for it. She does get a bit mardy when she's due on heat, but I think that applies to 40, maybe 50% of women. It's just that it's those hormonals moving into gear. But I went back to the tent, and as I was going back to the tent, it was just chaos. So I lifted the front of the tent up, and Storm had Zephyr's entire head inside her mouth. So initially, I'm fucking shocked by what I'm seeing, It did me head in, because I was thinking, I've seen her go through bones that I've got from the butchers that are way, way bigger than her head, and you've smashed your way through them. But it wasn't until that incident, which I dealt with, and then there was another incident whilst I was going to either load the car up or come back with something, and Zephyr went stupid again. So I'm trying to sort of log all this shit with me. I look behind and I see that I hear that there's been a bit of a commotion, and then I go over there, and Storm's just like, it's just pinned her down, shaking, like, please don't tell me off for doing this. You know, she was out of control. That sort of shaking. You know, she's such a softie as Storm, but she's so fucking smart. And she just knew Zephyr wasn't being Zephyr. So she just, on both times of Zephyr attacking Storm has subdued her without any pain. You know, they are sentient. If you're not prepping for your dog, then you don't deserve the privilege of having a dog. It's going to top myself up. Please, Louis. Well, I think I might have made a bit of a mistake here as far as making my drink look aesthetically pleasing. Zephyr in. Come on, don't drag your wheels. Good girl. I do apologise for that little break there, you know. Definitely nowhere near as being kind of properly engrossed in a film. Like, oh, this is fucking great. And then it stops, got an intermission, and some lad or lass on fucking work experience comes down the middle of the aisle, you know. Ice creams, choc ice. Ice cream, choc ice. Oh, I love those traditions. The waffling wizard waffles on. Yeah. Oh, mate, don't try not to get me to pronounce that in about an hour or so. It is the Bill of Rights, our rights from English law, common law of England. It's not even called England, it's Englandy. I'll get back to you on that. They fucked about with so much of our history. It's ridiculous, but they can't destroy everything. 1981, the English Constitution is the solution. It is, yeah, the same as America, you know. But having said that, if you wanted to create, if you had an infinite amount of money, right, and you wanted to create a specific regime of complete and total control, acts and statutes are acts and statutes, and a lot of them are just made for extra revenue. Now, I've just had my 12th reminder. Sorry, 13th. So it was on 11. Then I got the one that came in the post, and now I've had the reminder. Now we mean business. That sort of letter, right? But I'm just simply not fazed by it. So when you start to understand that no one's above you, you know, no one's above you because you're sentient, you know, you're one of, as far as we know, the most incredible biological creations that the universe has, as far as we know. You know, our minds are incredible. Look at what we're capable of doing. You know, good and bad. You know, we're very prolific, proficient. So, as far as I'm concerned, I will continue to learn not learn, but kind of they've taken so many letters, so many phrases, they've taken so much stuff out of history, bit by bit by bit, and maybe that is connected with the Mandela effect. Who knows? But common law, again, that common law is a system that was created by wealthy people, you know. Do I think the founding fathers of a lot of these groups have had excellent intentions? Yeah, the ones that are dead. So yeah, I don't even know if common law is even required, you know, because these are all loads of laws. So just common law, you know, the titles in the name. I think if people just didn't feel fear, you know, if they get some sort of demand come through, then I've got to watch what I'm saying, really. But I know that you can read between the lines, you know. Once that parking notice has gone to a debt collector, it's their debt. It's not yours. This channel is like a river. It meanders along, diverging off here, there, and everywhere. Oh, I love that. That's lovely, Sky Girl. Yeah, because I feel like that's how I am sometimes. Every now and then I have to write a few things down because my mind just goes at 111 miles an hour. And my speech doesn't catch up, especially when I'm reading. I do think that I might have some, but then having said that, right, I can sit here and write my name, for example, right? And my spelling, generally speaking, is absolutely spot on, right? My grammar, generally speaking, in comparison to most people, believe it or not, and again, it's not an ego thing, right? My grammar is pretty exceptional, you know. I might be trying to send a message or something when the sun's beaming down on my still fucked phone screen, right? You know, but I think everything has been made more complicated. We've all got more stuff than we really need. you know. And I think the opportunity of moving into some sort of parallel society is, I think it's the future. I do. But I do dart off here and there, Sky Girl. I was like, and then I'll try and bring it back, trying to figure out where it was I was, and next thing you know, it's gone the other direction. Oh, believe me, it does my head in more than it does yours. And I have actually got a. Hang in there. Oh, you know when you try and do things all stealthy, right? And you bang into one thing, then knock something else off, then knock something else off, and then your dogs are wide awake again. What a bastard. Oh, right. I can't see it and I can't find it, right? But what I'll do is I'll see if I can remember what it was called, and I'll post a link to it. And it's basically the fundamental lie. The fundamental lies. Oh, the irony. Right. The fundamental aspects of what common law is and what it's all about, because I still do believe that we've got a shot at a, you know, from a peaceful standpoint. It won't stay peaceful for long, because even if we find between our governments and ourselves some sort of compromise, by the time that happens, there's going to be so many people that are finding out what it was that they had injected in them, and total rage. And then that'll. Did you know Johnny? That's this little old lady's son. Did you know little old Johnny? Johnny, I went to the hospital and I felt a bit lightheaded. I thought it might have been the heat, and they jabbed me something in my arm here. And now I've had 2 blood strokes and 2 strokes. You know, there's so much we can be pointing out to people. You just need to, you've got to grow a pair, you know, just get out into the community. This is the drink that I'm having with my vodka. Raw greens, virgin smoothies crafted with kiwi. Oh no, some of you will remember that. Pear, kale, spinach. Do some research into spinach. Maybe not eat it as much as you think. You know, the whole Popeye the Sailor, man, that's a load of bollocks. If he ate nothing but spinach, he'd be in a fucking bad way. He would. So please do your research on spinach. There's no point in growing it. So what's in this? Right. So, I mean, it calls it a virgin smoothie. I mean, that to me would be someone that's trying to chat up a woman, doing really, really badly at it. And she would turn around to me and say, to put him at ease, she'd say, "You're a virgin smoothie, aren't you?" Yeah, I've never chatted anyone up before in my life. Just practiced and practiced and practiced. But you're a virgin smoother. Yeah, which is exactly what it says on this bottle. Kiwi, pear, kale, spinach, broccoli, apple, and vitamin C. But you see, and it says raw press. I think that now more than ever, we are more critical about what it is we buy from any shop now. But just remember that they don't put the full ingredients list of a relatively cheap bottle of wine from your local supermarket. You know, anything under a tenner. Although that organic stuff, that's £8.95, £9 for something that was medicinal, you know. And again, that's if I'm not drinking. So that's one of my 5 a day. One of my 5 a day. I need to get off to bed. If I've missed you, Sky Girl, I do apologise. And maybe you'll hear me say sleep well and sweet dreams in the replay if you want to watch that. I've got a lot going on tomorrow as well. I'm hoping to go to the caravan tomorrow, but yeah, I bought some brake fluid, you know. Let me just tell you about that, right? So I took the car in, and this is in a nutshell as best I can, right? So we can move on to some other important stuff, right? So after all these years, for the last couple of years, I found a garage that I really fucking trust. You know, going back to that feeling that it's genuine, you know, they want to go above and beyond to make you happy. On top of the fact that I looked at their garage and it was 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars, all of them 5 stars, you know. And that's one of the main reasons why I took the car to that particular garage. And they turned around and said, right, the tool that's required in order for us to remove and sort this brake pipe out and maybe a caliper, the original people quoted me 120 quid. But the machine that they needed to get the job done, someone had fucked it up and not owned up for it, right? So the next thing I know, they just said, we'll call you when we've got the new kit in. And me being a patient man and not wanting to give that work to someone else just because, you know, because everyone's struggling at the moment. Everyone's competing against each other. And I'd rather give my money to someone that's genuine, you know, and he was a genuine guy. So I called him up, and for the first time ever, there's a female receptionist. And I'm not, again, you know, most receptionists are female, you know. There are so many dominations of different situations and things that make us clearly different, you know, which is one of the things that makes us attracted to each other, you know. This is what happens. My head goes on a tangent. Oh, lovely. Yeah. Hello, Chelsea Star. I'm sorry I missed you, Rosa. I do apologise. I got carried away with me gob, you know, and I missed out on a lot of what was in the chat. So I do apologise. But thank you, Rosa, just for stopping by and saying hi. You know, you're always appreciated. You all are. You really are. And you know, just take time out and give yourself a fucking break from yourself. You know, just now and then, take some time out from yourself. And again, that'll only make sense to those who it makes sense to. But it's so unbelievably important that we do that. So yeah, I have got a I just can't find it. I've got a common law for beginners, and yeah, a person. Don't call a person anymore. But that is easier said than done, because we've had that hammered into us from being children. You know, hammered in, and most of the time without question. So I'll take a photo of it and I'll upload it and then do some reviews and oh yeah. So go back to the car. Based on the fact that I'd already gone there, there was a woman that answered the phone, right, which was unheard of. It's always been blokes there, right? And so she answered the phone, and I just said, "I'm sorry, I think I might have just got the wrong number. I do apologise. I'm looking for the name of the garage." And she said, "Oh yeah, that you are through to the right number. We've taken over." And I thought, what the fuck? You know, after years of finding a truly authentic, compassionate, well-trained, well-learned mechanic, it's ridiculously hard to achieve now. Oh dear. I think if I was to blitz maybe the top 3 inches of one of my ponds, you know, got one of those electric sort of mixers that you use for making bread. I've got one of them. I've got everything I need to make bread. So, oh, it's gone again. Fuck me. Yeah, well, it's relatively early. I mean, what we're looking at, 25 past. We can see how we go at midnight, and if we're all on full form, push it to maybe 1. But I have got some stuff to do, and that pikey earlier on, you know, that was a bit of a kick up the arse, really. You know, get your fucking van sorted out, mate. What's wrong with you? And whilst I had Patrick and Seamus in the van with me, and I'd, again, that was probably quite unusual for them. I was the one in last, so I was guarding the exit, and some people get anxiety from that when they've not got a direct line to get to the exit if they needed to. A lot of people with anxiety problems and PTSD, you know, again, loads of labels dished out. Some of them are meaningless and some of them aren't, you know. It's as simple as that. Fuck me, I can't find anything, you know. But yeah, there's a beginner's guide on. Oh my god. Okay, now I did do like a kind of scan across. Let me read all the comments first, right? Because I've fallen so behind. I feel so rude. And I'm staying to the end. It's Sky Girl. Oh, nice one, Michael. You're a fucking legend, mate. But yeah, sweet dreams, Rosa. By wealthy people for the common people. Yeah, exactly. It's always been the way, but not for much longer, you know. And again, there's going to be a lot of teething problems. Yeah, good night, Chelsea Star, and sleep well. It's interesting what you are saying, Maria Spoon. I watched a documentary about a bloke who put it into action and it worked out superb. You've got to believe in yourself. You've got to believe in yourself, and then you've got to constantly be brushing up on your knowledge of common law, right? So I mean, this is just the basic. So if any of you want to just kind of screenshot that, yeah, and it is quite interesting. It's not an old book. It's not an old book, by the way. So always remember, common law is common law, you know. But even then, from that, you are not free. You're not free. So the postscript on the back, whatever the fuck that is. So yeah, it's 103 pages long. And you know, it tells you a little bit about, but there is a hell of a lot of resources out there, you know, so many, it's unreal. It's just, unfortunately, we're surrounded by people that don't give a fuck, you know, because their life is all hunky-dory, you know, everything's ticking away nice and neatly, you know. Oh, I'm glad that COVID was out of the way. Everything's back to normal now. These specific people have got such a fucking hard knock coming their way, you know. And all we can do is try and warn people. But if they don't want to listen, then I try a different tactic. But again, that's just me. I believe that everyone should know about what's going on, right? Because I need to try and find balance, right? And I've got lots and lots and lots of ideas that at the moment can't be copied, you know? So imagine being manipulated in your dreams. Well, that tech is out there, you know, which can also make, especially in young people, remember that the human brain doesn't fully evolve until mid-20s, late 30s, right? So you've got this child or this, you know, this young'un. Oh man, it's gone. It's interesting what you are saying. You know, I wanted to mention about a bloke who put who put it into action and worked superb for him. Yeah. But you've got to make sure you've got no fear. You've got to make sure there's absolutely no fear, that you are above the judge, and you are. Because the judges, the judiciary system is ridiculously fucked up, flawed, and corrupt. Now, it's not going to take again. You have to look at one district or one town near you, and you're thinking, "Fuck me." There's a lot of like plastic and carrier bags and shit floating around, and then sort of gathering in corners with old Coke cans and the occasional head of a goat near the bins. I got well carried away there and just went and fell off a cliff. I hate it when that happens. I don't know where my tobacco is either. So bear with me. Back in room. Right, so if you believe, do you know what? If you genuinely believe in yourself, right, and you've absolute faith in yourself, because again, this is that self-projection going inwards. So when people are lying to you, to a lot of us, you know, we feel that. We think there's something off about what he's just said. Yet if they turn around and say and tell you the truth, if they tell you the truth, then you're more likely to listen to them again. Whereas you manipulate stuff and take stuff for granted, you're going to be in quite some serious fucked up mess. Need to find it on the next live stream. You'll love it. I don't know what that was about. Graham Moore has spent 30 years studying our law. The full English on Rumble. The full English. I've heard of it. I've heard of it loads of times. I just don't know why. You see, this is another thing. It's on Rumble. You know, these smaller. It's a little bit like our high street. We started shutting that down, shutting that down, because they can't afford the overheads of being in a position where there's a lot of walk-through traffic and that equals sales, you know. And now it's all been replaced with charity shops and so Rumble again. I've turned around to I've maybe only asked twice, right? But both of those occasions came back as a no, right? And the question was, have you heard of Rumble? You know? And there's just no, I've never heard of it. Well, we should consider having a look into it because there's so much truth on there. Yeah, I'll have a look. And then those that don't, don't. And then those that do realise, with real eyes. We have to do what the pikers are doing. Just finding unity and a sense of safety within your community, especially the women and our kids. You know, everyone just like very, very close by, ready to provide justice where the police have failed to do so. You know, now again, that's not me. It's not me bigging up crime and encouraging violence of any kind. But I do believe that it's well within our ancient rights that we should and can fight against foreign invaders. Tony Blair has so much to pay. So much to pay. So many do, you know. Like I said, I could write them down on a brand new bog roll. I could write it down. I could write every single name down that should never be shown any form of mercy whatsoever. None. I will find it. I will find it and let you know where to find it. The next live stream, you'll love it. Yeah, or WhatsApp it to me, Michael. I can take it from there. You know, I know they're all spying on us anyway, but fuck them. Lead by example. I'm going more as I have leather gloves, Maria. Oh, there's some fucking filth going on down here. Look at this. Right, so you've got, okay, Maria, I'm on it like a car bonnet. Two-tier justice just isn't justice. And Maria's getting, oh, fucking hell, I love the way you're talking. So Maria turns around and says, careful, car bonnets can be really hot. And then Michael goes on to, I have leather gloves, Maria. No problem. So, well, you guys are fucking sorted for the weekend. It's a very kind of unusual build up to a proper full-on kind of 2-person orgy where everything goes. You know, one of you still stood up there. You know, she's in wheelbarrow position. And you're having to just hold on a minute. I'm trying to find where we go from here. I know your legs are aching. Just hold on. Right. Okay. Now you need to turn over and put your ankles behind your neck. Yeah. Get a room, you guys. You fuckers. Get a room. Get a room. Do you know, talking of bonnets, right? You know, when I was like, I don't know, 15 to 17, we used to call them bonnets. You know, the pubic bone. I'm not going to get gross. I'm not going to get perverted or anything like that. I'm just saying, right? Although some of you fucking like that shit, you know. So, what was I saying? I spend so much time having to explain the precursor to what I'm about to say that I end up forgetting what I was about to say. You know, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. But I know that many of you guys can appreciate that. What am I like, Maria? What am I like? That's another proper British term. What are you like? I don't know. What are you like? I asked you first, mate. I asked you first. What are you like? Hey, come on. I asked you last week what you were like. What are you like? Let's not take this any further because the timing of the comedic element of this is running out very quickly. All right, mate. Off you go. Oh dear. And yeah, two-tier justice has never gone. It's never disappeared. They are bringing them in by boats, by planes, by trucks. You know, they have properly fucking up their ante by way of perhaps providing some sort of personal protection. Yeah, because look, I could go in right to an SIA certified company, right? And I can go in there like, oh, yeah, I'd like to run your doors with you, if you don't mind. You know, can you handle yourself? I'm all right. You know, I'm a de-escalator. That would be me. That would be that's the kind of bouncer that these people should employ. You know, to someone that's kind of got people skills, right? So on the march to on the UKIP march that I went on, right? Now that UKIP march that I went on with Annie, and she was like a social butterfly. She was just floating amongst other auditing. You know, everyone's doing that now. It's like, I can't think of anything creative. I can't think of anything. I don't want to pick up litter. What can I do? I need to make some money. I know. I'll pimp myself out to Google. So all of these auditing channels are, you know, they have shitloads of adverts on there, and then every sort of 45 seconds or so, there's a fucking advert on there, suckling from the teat of the beast, which is something I would never do. I would literally rather starve to death as long as I can get these two out of this house so that they're safe, you know? And I mean that. But for the record, I'm not suicidal at all. At all. So yeah, we used to call a girl's like pubic bone a car bonnet, you know, because it protruded. It protruded more than a man's pelvic bone, right? So that was the early. I knew what it was called. It was the pubic bone, you know. I knew what it was called. Look, just because I left school with no qualifications and left school early, that should never ever define you as a person, ever. It should always be about content and of character. And in complete darkness, we are all the same. It's only knowledge and wisdom that separates us, and that's a fact. Two-tier, just yes, it's not gone. It's not gone. It's still there. Careful, car. Oh no. So it went from car bonnet, right? And I'm not sure why. There's no explanation for it, right? I do think it's just a Nottingham thing, right? so we would go from what was it? What did you call it? In the end, we called it a monkey's forehead. Seriously, if I could get the genuine look on any of the faces of people that I know that used to use that term back in the day, and video each one of them sequentially, and then tied it all up into a video, which I don't do, right? And they just let you have it all. Yeah, proper fucking blokes of England. And where are we? Yeah, I mean a monkey's forehead. A monkey's forehead. So, everyone in the end ended up, if it fell into conversation, of course, no one at any point when we used to go out clubbing together would come back and go, right, shall we start slagging each other off now and making our vibrations so fucking low that none of us sleep properly, to the point where you'll end up necking that triple that you've got in the hip flask that you've been saving all night. But yeah, to go from the original one to a monkey's forehead, some bloke at some point must have thought, I have been intimate with many monkeys. Many monkeys. Some allow, some don't. And this is part of my religion. But don't drink, don't smoke. What do you do? Oh man. Yeah. So anyway, they used to call it a carbonic, or no, monkey's forehead. So at some point, some person has looked at that, because look, women hate that section of their anatomy, right? And some blokes aren't keen on the look of it either. You know, it depends, because there's a sliding scale. I mean, you got blokes that get it, you know, say that's normal. I can't believe this is happening. So that's normal, and they get up to there, and it's still the same circumference. Then you've got some people that go down there, you know, and they get feeling a bit horny, and they go to that with, where did that come from? You know, I think women are, I know women are more difficult to satisfy in the bedroom than men are. You know, women are less likely visually turned on than men, which is why most porn is just watched by men. You know, there's only a handful of women really in the grand scheme of the human race that get anything from porn, apart from maybe some tips on something that you shouldn't be doing anyway. You know, again, I'm from a generation where we used to fumble around and stuff. All of that's changed, and we need to do whatever we can to speed it up as quickly as we can. It's going to happen anyway, but how fast this gets accelerated is going to be down to people like us, you know. Oh, and Michael, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier on or not. I've just had another reminder from the people that run the car park at Asda. So, and they said before they take court action, I've got I think it's 14 or 30 days to pay off the debt. And I'm like, whoa, come on. You know, I think if there was a book on how to build up your self-confidence, both physically, mentally, and spiritually, right? If you can try and sort of not master, but if you can go down that route of just feeling and reflecting and letting go, is something that anyone that's listening to this can do, because like attracts like, it does. Yeah, I agree, Maria Spoon, with what you sent to Michael. Okay, Maria, I'm on it like a carb on it. Yeah. Monkey's forehead. So monkey's forehead. I could have just said, these say carb on it, which was slang for a girl's pubic bone, which is protrusive, not much, but just a little bit, right? To what it became, you know. So I think we gave it a respectable upgrade, you know. And again, it's better than snatch, cunt. I mean, vag. If you change that A for an E, I like that. You know, there are certain, again, going back to this Weight Watching nonsense. Just do more. That's all you need to do. Just do more. Work up a sweat, and then when you've worked up that sweat, try and push yourself a bit more. But, you know, speak to your local pharmacist or your local GP first before you do any of these very, very healthy and efficient and effective health tips. You know, what do I know? Oh, that's fucking gorgeous, that is, you know. It is the best drink. It is, if you're going to go out and have a few drinks, because everything's skyrocketed right the way across the world, not just England, right? So everything seems more expensive now. Everything. Oh, I've got a right pain in my gut. I think if everyone truly understood their level of power, right? But most people aren't. They aren't. They've literally got trapped inside the matrix. I know that there are people out there going, stop using the word matrix. It's not the matrix. I've watched the first film, the second film, and the third film, and the fourth film, and the animated version, and I don't like that word. Well, that word would have been used in most films. There's just so many people out there that are just too sensitive. I was watching a YouTube video earlier on the way back from Co-op, and I was just thinking to myself, off the back of what she said, because I totally agreed with her. It was a common sense woman up against a feminist lunatic. Now, to anyone that doesn't know, and I'm pretty sure most, if not all of you do know, feminism was one of the first and most powerful forms of division that mankind had ever seen, because it was used through the medium of all of these platforms. So it was a little bit like when everything kicked off. I don't know if anyone's ever watched or listen to World of the Wars, the original, you know, and there's this calm before a storm. And I think that's what we are rapidly approaching. And yeah, you know, I think you can tell the truth without lying and still mean that truth as well. So the truth is the truth about what I've just said. But there are some seriously dark practices going on in this country, really fucked up. And we've got to look after our women and our kids. You know, it's down to us. This woman on this podcast, she was saying that we've now got a generation of female pussies, and we've got a generation of male pussies. You know, so how can we continue to help people that don't want to be helped? We just try. We just keep trying. You know, and just say, look, this. If you look on your phone, this is identical to what's on your laptop, you know, or your tablet. It's exactly the same. Does that sound like it's heading towards being a bit draconian, a bit harmful, perhaps, to the way that we live? Nah. It's all good because he's wrapped up in his little bubble. You know, he's got himself a nice car on the driveway, right? Got himself a half decent missus. He's got a child that's a toddler, not quite a toddler, between a newborn and a toddler. And he's thinking, this is fucking great. Of course he is. That's every man's dream. It is. So to be then turned around and cuffed down and arrested for what I mean, again, I was going to say what did they say, but it's not. That's never happened to me. I'm just trying to think of ways around the TV license. You know, just maybe consider just stop watching mainstream TV. I know that I do genuinely believe that 95% of the people watch any of that watch any of this are on our side, you know, and they see the abomination that a certain country is inflicting onto the entire West. The entire West. We're all being affected by this. And again, you know, I don't agree with YouTube's guidelines. I do think they're flippant. I do think you can say one thing and then leave a comment in another channel and leave the same comment again, and it's gone. And even when you click on newest, it's disappeared. You know, this is censorship on an industrial scale, and this is why we need to buy as many books as possible. Be really frugal, right? And but also take your phone in there and or a camera, you know, or a GoPro, and just pause the video, right? I know all I need to know about that. Go to another bush, like a rowan tree. The berries are just starting out now on a rowan tree. They're just like, they're a bit yellow, you know. So rowan berries, and you've got elderberries. I've got negra, and no, it's not racist. It's not racist. If that's just to hurt anyone's feelings, or anything I say from now on, if any of that hits anyone's feelings and makes them feel uncomfortable, just please turn around and fuck off. Careful, carbonics can be really hot. There would be, Maria, after I've finished with them, you know. Hey, Terry the tripod. So, you know, you'll feel you would feel fulfilled, but as a paraplegic. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. You see, one of the good things that you ladies have got going for you is that you could go into any bar anywhere and then go home and have sex to meet that sexual need that everyone's got, right? You know, it's you know, say that's a sliding scale, right? This is a eunuch that doesn't know whether or not I've got a fanny, I've got a cock, I've got a fanny, I've got a cock. Why don't I just go fuck myself? So people like that don't fall into this category, you know. The American embassy is on this bonnet. Oh, get your get your righteousness out for Israel and the unbelievable slaughter. Right. Let me go back to another thing as well. Right. So what I would have considered to be one of our tribe, you know, I made her a moderator, right? And on the first night of making her a moderator, she kicked someone out, and I'm not sure if it was Maria. Whereas I was looking at humour, right? And she took offence to it, took her out, and that was the end of her being a moderator. And I bumped into her in Nottingham, UKIP rally, right? Which is it was a ridiculous fucking farce. It was such a farce. So the police wouldn't let us go back one certain way because of the amount of them that were there, which weren't that many. It was all drama, right? And then trying to get in through the other two exits, found the right exit, meshed down, and you've got pure fresh air floating through your tent. You know, I'm telling you, condensation will be your downfall. Half a pint of water you breathe out every night as an adult human being. You know, that's a lot. It's got to go somewhere. I mean, these pikeys, these little fuckers, they turned up with moisture detectors, and unfortunately, with vans like any motorhome or van, you can end up with a leak one end, but it will only get around to showing itself at the other end of your cab. So hopefully I'm not going to get any more. Did you think about it, Terry? Did you think about the $2,000 that we worked our way up to? We think we might be taking a bit of a loss, but we want to do you a favour. I know that it's just stuck on your driveway. You're not using it anymore. It's clear because it's got cobwebs all over the wing mirrors. Let's take it off your hands and do you a favour. You spend that £2,000. We can give it to you in cash, or we can send it by bank direct, and it'll all be sorted, and it'll be there in your bank, and you can go and have a proper good weekend with yourself, you know. And I'm like, no. You know, again, I do think that these people are as in the traveling community, they're so tight knit. Honestly, like I said before, foot with one, you foot with them all. But they hold proper, sincere communities together. You know, in this country, we haven't got that. And so at the end of the march in at UKIP, we've got loads of bad bystanders clapping us on and stuff like that. And then when we got to the bottom, we were meant to go to a pub, but the leader of UKIP, I've already forgotten his name, because I said about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, UKIP would stand a chance. They would stand a chance if they had the right leadership, which they don't. They don't. The guy's pathetic. He's pathetic. So I do feel like I've got that one right, you know. So we couldn't go to that pub because we were blocked off when we were saying, look, why don't you just push the Antifa nut jobs back a little bit so we could just go for a pint. We're peaceful. We've been peaceful all day, mate, you know. And nothing. But they did keep them separate from us. And then we started to work our way down to, because every pub had turned us away. They didn't want any responsibility for something as pathetic as patriotism. So oh man, I went. This is what happens when I go deep about something. Now I start thinking, and then my brain starts shooting off into loads of other directions, and I think that is exceptionally beneficial, as long as you allow it to be. Because again, there's so much stuff, there's so much shit happening in the world, and so much more to come. You know, shocking stuff to come, right? But I think as long as you stay resilient and genuine and true to, above all else, be true to yourself, right? Being able to sort of like, you know what, I was a cunt back then, and then having another. Do you know what? I should have treated her way better than that, or do you know what? I wish I'd given Sally one last hug before she left my world, you know, loads and loads of things like that, loads and loads. But that's not detracted away from my belief system, you know. And the cycle of life thing, you know, even that can be altered and manipulated, right? There are scientific studies that prove that as an old man, if you take on regular transfusions from people that are optimally fit and healthy, and you want to start becoming a bit more proficient in sports, that sort of thing. And they shelled out for this cricket net, right? So it's got crickets both like net all the way down the sides, quite wide, right? And then netting on the top, not Yahoo. And one of the lads had jumped down, who used to live next door to me. You know, used to think he was better than us. Yeah, it was the only way that they could bathe their kids was in our tin bath that my dad bought. You know, I've lost track again. Right, hold on. The American embassy is on this bonnet. Oh, Maria, Do you mean hypothetically, or have you literally got the entire American industry finding you and your vagina extremely attractive all at once? Because if you read that comment back, you can't blame me for thinking like that. You can't think, you know, I've got a very vivid imagination on top of the fact that I like innuendos. I love them. And scenarios and, you know, just stuff that's not going to fuck people's heads up, but just get them to look at things from a different light. So, for example, if you were born into Islam, right, and you're told by your dad you're showing too much ankle there, bring it down, right down, you know, to your 2 foot fucking high boots, and then you've got the sari, and then you've got all of the other regalia, you know, and she's like 13 years old. You know, I put something in the post section. Please feel free to look it up. You know, it's batshit bonkers. There is a sickness in the world, a serious sickness in the world, and I'm calling upon like every single one of you to do your bit, because it will all be worth it in the end. It will. Again, teething problems, you know, initially, but stick to a very an extreme version of a low maintenance garden, because that's what they bought, you know. And again, I know this might sound boring to some, but I'm telling you now, start seed saving. There are loads and loads of books out there on really good quality books out there on seed saving. See, it would be nice for me to do a video where I can talk, have a laugh, be serious, talk, have a laugh, be serious, and just repeat that over and over and over again. Wow. The books are a little bit stubborn, you know, and yeah, I used to be a very impatient person, you know. If someone was irritating me, oh yeah, going back to the end of the march, right? So we ended up way out of the way from where the march was meant to be, you know, going through the loudspeakers, and it was an absolute fucking farce. And I'm pretty sure if because Annie came with us, and we met loads of people from the previous marches as well. So we weren't allowed in any pub. They wouldn't let us in. You know, they were politically biased, or we don't want to be seen to be having anything to do with you. It might fuck up with our USG scores, and oh my God. So we ended up at another place where there was one big bar that was a building, and I think it might have been a hotel as well, right? And then down the steps and around to the right, there was a reggae and rum night, massive marquee, right? Now, because that information of not to let us into their establishment had been passed on through the security of every pub in town, or at least on our route, not to let us in. even though we were the peaceful, sane ones, you know? So when I was stood at the top of the steps leading into the main entrance, and this big bouncer, probably about maybe twice my size. He was a stocky fucker. Eastern European by accent, right? Now, we'd been refused entry from this pub as well, you know? And I was just thinking, I want to be rewarded for putting up with this absolute farce of a fucking... UKIP's already got a brand name. It's already there. They just need to expand on it. And once you know a little bit more about Rupert Lowe, you're going to realise that he's a fucking bad un, if you don't know already, right? So there are loads of people that are seemingly trying to lead certain parties or elements of parties on a merry dance. You've got to keep your head on a swivel. So anyway, I've gone up the steps. I'm at the top of the steps, right? And he's basically turned around to a few people and behind me, and a few people in front of me, saying, "Look, it's a private event now. Private event. That's it. No more entry, right?" Yet there were people from our group, if you like, that were coming out of the pub past this bouncer with 2 pints in hand. You know, it was literally because we've been discriminated against, right, for being white, gifted, and white, right, and a party that brain dead lefties don't understand, being the law of common law. You know, these young'uns, they've got no idea. They've got no concepts of it. So anyway, go back to the top of the stairs. Right. I'm sorry. Right. So back at the top of the stairs, and I'd heard this Eastern European bouncer, twice my size, easy, and about the same height. So that made me feel, it's like, 5'8", all right. Terry, don't worry about it. It's not about how tall you are. It's about the motion in the ocean. So I thought, fuck it, and I'd already caught the attention. I've already gotten the attention of this reggae and rum night. So I'm thinking, that looks way better than this fucking shit. Let's go down there. So I was moving forward. To approach the first step to start walking down and exiting the property of that bar, right? Until he put his hand on me, right? And I just turned around to him and said, don't fucking touch me. Don't fucking touch me. And then he reeled off legislation, right? I can't do it word for word because, as I'll explain, it's completely irrelevant. It's irrelevant. So his argument was that I was trespassing, which if I've been asked to leave, you need to be asked 2 more times first, before it becomes, so the power of 3. Right now, this chap whilst I was moving to walk away, grabbed hold of my arm and I just said, "Don't fucking touch my arm." And immediately, looking into his eyes, was full on fucking rage, pure rage. I'd gone from it because he was quite blue-eyed, so I'd gone from sort of like giving him a nod at the top of the stairs, as I was looking down to try and work out what everyone else was doing, right? And he nodded back, you know, and he was only a few feet, 4 feet away from me. You know, he was on the doors. I was at the top near the doors. And so after me saying, "Don't fucking touch me," right? Now they've got so he reeled off this legislation, right? Which means if you're trespassing, they can use reasonable force to remove you, and so can you, even with a tenancy agreement, right? Your home is still your castle. If you've got a mortgage, same thing, right? Your home is your yeah, it is. It is what it is. You know, look into it. So so at the top of the stairs, he looked really fucking angry, and then after a couple of seconds, he reeled off why he was allowed to put his hands on me, and I reversed that by saying, "You can only put your hands on me if I am being a threat to myself, to any of the public or your staff, or I am refusing to leave your property based on common law and trespass," right? So I was able to just educate him. And I didn't intend to. If the guy wasn't a fucking complete and total prick to start off with, I wouldn't have needed to, you know? But I explained to him, I just said, "Look, you know, oh man. It does seem like we are currently living in a very divided world. And the only way that we can avoid enough damage from this lack of community spirit, the longer we go without doing anything, the worse it's going to get. So start out passive, whether it's leaflet dropping or whatever. Start off small. This is something, again, think outside the box. You don't need to do that if you don't want to, even though you would be benefiting people spiritually by providing that sort of service, you know. Plus you could shell out for a massage table bed for 80 quid, you know, and then just do a back massage, signs on the fucking door, no extras, don't ask, you know. So you can apply the love and affection and the feeling that you feel through your hands onto someone else's back, albeit a stranger, right? No extras, nothing like that. I'm just saying, you could, for a small shell out of cash, you could end up with a massage table and then do a really cheap online course, get the certificate, and then that's another sideline for you. I'm amazing with my hands, right? But I give an amazing massage, right? I'll make your fucking eyes roll because I'm a giver. I'm an empath, right? But to any other normal bloke just dragged in off the street, right? You stand the chances of them being either too fucking rough, like when I said hit me, I didn't mean break my nose, you know, because some blokes are like that. You've got to keep your twat radar highly kind of okay now, fine-tuned and calibrated, right? Which most of our twat labels are very, very highly calibrated, I believe. Going back to knowing when someone's telling you the truth or someone's not telling you the truth, you go back further into that study, there is a group of people. There is a group of people that oh, it's fucking gone. I do apologise, guys. Yeah, what was it? Chocolate covered. Oh, go on, Michael. Yep. So, a chocolate covered monkey's forehead, right? And whilst I'm going at it, you know, in a nice chilled fashion, because I can go all night, and but I know you can't. So you let me know what you want to do, and somewhere in that interaction of sharing some very, very sweet love, there was also a bit of a cop out because it's a spoon. You're both being lazy, and I'd say 70% of the time, it's male gratification over females, you know. So to any lads out there, work on your missus. Go to work on your missus, you know. Don't lose what you had. Take her out for a meal, you know, even cheaply. Just take her out for a meal, cheap. Or pack a little bit of and this will work, guaranteed. And look at, I know I've got a lot of women in this audience that are thinking, if you put all the effort into creating a nice little picnic basket, right, with plates in there, stuff that's being kept chilled, nice forks, spoons, a nice little really nice bottle of organic wine, you know, and you get all that and you spray it all out, you know, on a sunny day when she's just thinking we're going for a walk with the dogs, or we're just going for a bit of just I need to talk to you about something, you know, that gets their attention. And then they're expecting the worst, and then you turn around and come out with something like that, which makes something really nice even more powerful, you know. Look after your women, lads. Look after your women. Look after them, and look after your kids, because it's quite likely that this year, you know, at some point could become the polar opposite of the summer of love, you know. And it's not like we've caused all this, you know. So when say I've got this young, say 15, 16-year-old lad down there, right? And we've all got jet propelled paint pellets, right? Now, it's definitely, there are definitely going to be some girls out there that are going to think, I'd fucking love that. I would fucking love that. I'll fuck you all up in a nice way, you know, in a competitive way, right? And I do believe that that's the case, right? But they lay down so many laws, right, now in our schools to legitimize the LBGTQ what a load of bollocks movement, right? So you've got people all over the country just uniting and coming together, especially the Irish. I was trying to explain that to the travellers. Oh, going back to the bouncer at the top of the stairs. If you can't maintain, right, your level of composure, you should never, ever, ever be a bouncer. So it went from a don't fucking touch me to me looking straight into his eyes and him looking like he wanted to just murder me there and then. Just take me out, right? And I turned around to him and said, you can't just touch me, you know? And he said, actually, in section 3, blah, blah, and I'm thinking, and it wasn't a very, very significantly tanned chap. He was a Eastern European guy, but he clearly wasn't used to being challenged. And again, that's another thing that you can use to your advantage when you start contracting with, not contracting with, the opposite of, with your water rates, with your gas, with your electricity, you know. Just don't be a pussy. Don't be a pussy. Own it. Own it. You know. You are nobody's slave. All of this power is harnessed naturally. So if it's harnessed naturally, we should get it for free. For free. So anyway, this bouncer reeled off a little bit of legislation, right, that I already knew about, right? So I said, let me just stop you there. Let me just stop you there, right? So for trespassing, right, you need to tell me 3 times that I need to leave before that is enforceable, right? Now, I was already headed and traveling in the opposite direction to your bar, right? So you also need, in order for you to touch someone, put your fucking hands on someone, you've got to be in mind of keeping the people around you safe and yourself safe and the person that you've took down until the police arrive. So SIA does give you the rights to get hands on, but on this particular occasion, I had to fucking school this guy on when you are allowed to touch someone and when you're not. And I've not even done their security training. Yeah, I knew more than they did. Maybe future henchmen, who knows? But even then, we'll have them. We'll have them. But yeah, he was so enraged that I challenged him, and not just challenged him, but beat him within my point. Now, again, that's not an egotistical thing. It's just that you were wrong. You were wrong, and I want to put this right. It's not always appropriate. Pick your battles. Pick your battles. You know. But hopefully that lad won't put his hands off on anyone ever again, because it goes against their policies. It goes against the legal law, the legal system. So fuck them, you know. I don't care if you're a bouncer, if you're a midget. I don't care, you know. But having said that, right, I'm a very tactile man, you know. Michael's experienced some proper brugs, you know, and so's Alan, you know. So yeah. Is it all right? We will keep the sleepies children safe. That is so important. I mean, the shit that they are doing now is fucking off the charts. But when they start to, again, it's making other lazy shit parents aware of what's happening in their kids' school. You know, to be a good parent, you need to know, you need to give a fuck before school, and then give a fuck post school, right? And then part of your job is to worry for the rest of your life. That's parenting. Now, there will be statistically one person that's listening to this now, or will listen to it on the replay, thinking, well, where's your parental expertise? Well, I have covered that in previous videos, and the fact that you need to ask is an issue in itself. I think as long as a man's intentions are honourable in the right way, then it should never be challenged. But yeah, anyway, so loads and loads of more security turned up at the bar. They brought them up from the reggae and rum night, and that was it. It was a very sort of it was an anti-climax, you know. So I got to see Mark. Was it Mark? Well, this is how irrelevant he is, the leader of UKIP. They just need better. But then, no, we are not going to vote our way out of this shit. You know it. I know it. You know? No point in sugarcoating this shit up. I love typos. I didn't mention Israel. No, I know you didn't. It was me, but whatever. You didn't mention Israel, but you did. Oh, elaborate, Maria. I can blame you. I am talking about the Graham Moore case. Oh dear. Right, that doesn't make any sense to me at the moment, right? Because there was a lot I said and a lot that you've just said. Looking at the bottom message, let's cut through that, Maria, if you're still listening, and I hope you are, right? There are lots and lots of proper good intentioned, caring, empathetic warriors that would love to be there for you to deal with any fucking problem you've got with someone that's not from here and has a significantly low IQ, you know, and because of their culture, because of the way that they are, it's well, you know, she's had one period. I know she's only 10, but she's had one period. She's a woman now. This country can never, ever, ever allow that to be a state of mind. Ever, ever. We need our kids to grow up a little bit. We're that shut off line of sexual interaction between boy and girl. Whether that'll ever change, I don't know, you know. But I mean, I wasn't 21 when I lost my virginity. I'm sure that the vast majority of you guys weren't either, you know. So we went through an experimental phase, but we were also cautious and clumsy and just learning, you know, from asking questions and just learning what suits them, and eventually just improve on it and improve on it. And that's what having a relationship is all about. One of the biggest elements, one of the most important elements of a relationship between a man and woman, just saying, right, is that connectivity and that level of absolute, unwavering, solid trust, you know? So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway, let's what time are we on? Oh, 20 to 1. Fuck me sideways. Right. So I also want to say that pretty much every prepping channel out there now are finding news headlines, writing that, copying it into notes, right? Pressing record and then regurgitating the news. Almost everyone's doing that now. There are a small handful of prepping channels that don't just keep going over the same old shit over and over, and we don't regurgitate the news. And I believe I'm one of them. I do. Because I don't want to get hounded by people that, I was going to go somewhere more profound with that, and it's gone. So yeah, just saying stuff like, I want to protect my daughter and I want to protect my missus, and it will fall on deaf ears. It will. The only way out of this is for more and more of these people to move in, if you like, and then start committing what they would consider to be minor atrocities. Oh, I don't know, mate. Rape is not minor. The girl that you raped was, so you need to feel the full hand of the justice system, right? So there's just so much unbelievable hypocrisy just everywhere. But I do think we have the obligation to fight for the safety of our children and our women as men. I listened to something earlier on, and there was this crazy weird study that was made, right? And it was a man and wife, right? They had a child. 9 months later, you know, the child is crying every 2 minutes. You know, it's like, but it can only be the mother that goes over to that child and breastfeeds that child, does a little bit of rocking. If the light's on, if it's not LED, which will damage their eyes from the start, and look up at a filament light bulb, look down into their eyes, they pick up all of that. They get comforted, right? So just like anything else, you've got to oh my God. Oh, fucking hell. Please put something in the chat. It's been 17 hours since the last insert. I think we'll cut it off at 1, right? But we'll try and make that 45 minutes count, you know? So again, going back to the whole ignorance is bliss thing, there are a lot of people out there that it literally is far too overwhelming. They've thought about it. They've paid attention, maybe for a minute, on something that you've sent them, you know, or they've seen on social media, right? And that will make them think, fuck, you know. The power of the word fuck, right, can be used in so many ways. So you imagine being able to get hold of a police reference number because you've been ripped off by you would have been ripped off by Pikey Patrick, because he's got a name, because that's what his name was, and his son was called Seamus. It's quite difficult to claim money back off those people, because most of their dodgy dealings is done in cash and card, you know. But yeah, it is what it is. Knowledge is power. Sweet dreams, Maria, and I apologise if I missed that. Sleep well, and you know, if the sun is properly frying your garden tomorrow, pardon the phrase, then get out there and enjoy it. Get out there and enjoy it. Just appreciate it. You know, we get such a short, like, growing window of opportunity to try and get as much as we can, and it's a fucking nightmare. A, because we're trying to be organic. B, because whenever there's a major wind, it can snap a branch here and there. Two, you don't really want to be, you need to be prepping for the people that you care about, and those that care about you, if they know or you've told them that you do prepping, if you've already mentioned that to them, you need to turn around to them and say, look, I am telling you now, look them right in the fucking eye. I am not going to become a food bank for you and your family, right? That's it. That's it. I've said so many staunch, harsh messages to people, including family members, you know, to know that you are going to save you, not me. It's not my job to support your family. It's yours. It's literally that simple. You know, men are from Venus, and men are from Mars, and that's stuck. We are very, very different. Very, very, very different. There's so many ways, you know. But going back to the child waking up in the middle of the night crying its head off, the dad statistically is likely to sleep straight through that, right? Yet the mother is up there feeding her baby, right? And then after a while, the baby's full up, and we all get that Sunday, you know, oh, that was a fucking lovely Sunday dinner. I can't move. Oh, well, the buffet's still open. Oh, no, I'm fucked. That sort of scenario, right? Oh man, it's gone. I don't know what's up with me tonight, guys. You know, I really don't. Yeah. I don't even know what I was saying. Do you know what would make perfect of a YouTube kind of little sideline thing is to press a button on a comment so that it's read to you in perfect English or any other language. That way people, because they used to call something like this a forum. Now, I don't like the idea of a forum, because it's not intimate enough. It's not personal. You know, in these chat rooms, you've got angry people that, you know, a lot of people that don't know fuck all about fuck all, mixed in with people that know what they're talking about. You know, like us in society. You know, we see all this. We've been seeing all of this unfold, and it's continuing to unfold in the way that most of you guys have seen it coming, you know? So it is going to be a challenge, you know? But I know for a fact I am not on my own, right? There are others that are 100% convinced that we will win this war, and we fucking will. By hook, by crook, we'll do it. We will do it. But it's about maintaining composure, you know, being better than them, which isn't hard because you already are, you know. I tell you what, Michael, I'm looking forward to a wild camp, you know, where you've got to carry everything on your fucking shoulders, mate. So get some training done in there. It's not, you know, for the first sort of 10 minutes into the journey, you'll be thinking, fuck me, this is a bit hot, you know, a bit heavy. I don't remember packing that much stuff. I'm going to be packing a tent. Ordinarily going to that specific wild camp spot where we can practice a little bit of bushcraft and stuff like that, you know. I love shit like that. So it's perfect. It's a perfect place. And again, we can hone our skills. We can't, unless someone wants to take a 2-mile walk back to one of the cars and get one of the targets out so that we could start firing crossbows. And it's only a matter of time before they try and ban that as well. You know, they are systematically working their way through country after country after country after hundreds of years to de-arm the populace of a country. And when I say populace, I mean populace, because these are people that are populistic. They are following the words and the promises of Donald J. Crump. Who doesn't like a nice bit of crump on a Friday night? So, you know, it's plain to see for anyone to see. It's a completely unfair world, and the whole entire balance of everything is completely out of whack, you know. So I do believe that people like us are responsible for just doing our little thing, doing our own thing by way of projecting what we know to be facts, you know, avoiding any, I'm not sure, but, you know what you're talking about. And all of this information needs to get through to a very young generation, you know, and then their generation. So imagine you've got one generation of kids in one house, right, with one parent. You've got no balance. So a mum would get up at 2 o'clock in the morning because the baby's screaming their head off. And then they would go out and they would feed the baby. That baby would be appeased because the hunger is suppressed. The mum can then come back in and go to sleep, right? 2 hours later, the guy, he's still sleeping through that. He's still sleeping through the screaming and crying. He's sleeping through it, right? So the mum gets up and she breastfeeds the child, which is great, you know, and also look into the length of time that should be allowed to have the connection between the mother and the baby at the point of birth, between within the fallopian tubes and the sac. They're still taking on. So it's like another hit with steroids. And all of this is unnecessary, you know, absolutely unnecessary. I struggle to get to sleep, but once I do, I can sleep through an earthquake pretty much unconscious. Yeah, but Michael, you can also now state that about hammocks, because hammocks are the dog's bollocks. They weigh next to fuck all. No pegs. No, you can make your own pegs. You know, yeah, you sorted something to insulate you from the ground. As long as there's room for me, that's the plan. That's the plan. Is to arrange a wild camp, but with people that we recognise, as opposed to me being so, yeah, come on, anyone, come and join us. I don't recognise your name, but hey, fuck it, come and join us. You know, that was pointed out, and yeah, you can become complacent. You really can. So, yeah, the original servers of justice were people like you, people like me. The entire system has been completely turned on its head and is no longer fit for purpose in any way, shape or form. And the amount of money they spent on the House of Commons is ridiculous. But yeah, there's so much dirty laundry coming out about so many people now. So even people that are within a position of trust that are starting to be woken up by their own family members are going to start maybe growing a few bits and bobs and maybe making a few suggestions to their other half on possibilities. And if you get shut down from that, try a different approach another 2 times, right? And if you still don't go anywhere or get anywhere from that, then maybe just consider finding another partner. You know, we are so restricted, especially now. Like, oh, you need to get you paid how much for this holiday, Terry? Well, it was £1.5 for me and the missus. We wanted to go for it. £1.5. Oh, we could have done this for 200 quid because the hotel room that you move into is full of cockroaches and they've never gotten rid of it, you know? So having people coming up to us and giving us lots and lots of angles from, lots of information from lots and lots of angles on a regular basis is really fucking good for us. Really good for us. And it's even better for us when we know what we're listening to. We know whether it's real or not. So if there are certain aspects of a tomato plant that start to grow up and get all gangly, right? Don't waste it all, but just learn from it. Learn from all of your plants. Grow it. Well, I know that there are people, or used to be, I don't know if that's the case anymore, but I know that there used to be people that used to live in like a 1-story, you know, and they've got no garden, so they can't grow anything, right? But I've tried to make it clear quite a few times that you could find some sort of waste ground somewhere and just plant your own food there and then surround it by stuff that just looks so irrelevant, you know? Every single little bit helps. And on top of doing that, you're setting a new example. You're like, look, I know I've not got a garden and neither have you, but I need that vitamin, that. I need those minerals, all of them, and I can't get them from that shop, but I can get them from that guy over there who makes his own organically, or find a shop that does stuff like that. But I think that they probably need some sort of license for it. You know, it doesn't matter what you do. It's like, right, okay, they're going to tax us on this one thing. They're going to tax us on it. You split up for whatever reason, or they're going to they're going to attack me, and they're going to attack you for the same reason, for the same amount of money. Whenever any of these things go to a bailiff, they've essentially bought your debt. I mean, I've got additions to my whiteboard. Just, you can either flow along with the fear of retaliation and consequences from them, or you can fucking own yourself and start leading by example, and it will get people's attention. Just don't be a twat. Don't be a twat. You know, be level-headed with some good quality. Oh, it's fucking gone. Anyway. But yeah, there are tinctures that can help you sleep, and people swear by them. But then I'm also very, very familiar with the placebo effect and the power of the word. You know, how words can manipulate people, and I think this might be one of my first little things that I would like to do on a regular basis to keep bad people out, you know. But then bad's only ever seen from an outsider's point of view looking in. In fact, no, it's not. Yeah, it is. Yeah. So an outsider looking in, well, that's not bad. You know, last night I watched approximately 11, 12 newborn babies being strung up to lampposts by Israeli soldiers. So, but you try telling a normie that, even though that is what's happening and has happened, they shut you off. They shut you off. You are shut off. But then you can point out to them and just say, look, I know that what I've just said has gone right over your head. And then point them in the direction of something that is, again, bulletproof, but not made out to be some sort of comedy fucking show, or where the editing is too long to the point when we don't, it'd get disinterested. You know, it would just disassociate straight away. Oh, it was over an hour. I know, but Dad, it's an hour that could have changed your life, you know? Oh, dear. See, I'm aware that flame is quite significant. And I was thinking about getting some clippers to that side and just thinning it out a little bit. Just so I've got just that, you know, just something simple. And after dropping the car off, and get back to the car, right? Dropping the car off, I knew what was wrong with it. I knew what was needed to be done, right? Because the bloke who did it a proper full on once over turned around and said this, and he's been right about everything, right? So for me to take it, so I was waiting for them to contact me because they've been dead honest and been dead genuine all the way through, you know, for the last few years. And it's 5-star rating, 5-star rating, 5-star rating, 5-star rating, goes all the way down, right? So you just, you know, that's the one. And they were the one. But they've been taken over by a chain now. So they've all lost their jobs. And I don't know why, because they weren't rip-off. I know a rip-off merchant when I see one, you know? So now it's been passed over to a chain. So including the place where I was taking my car to be checked out and dealt with, those people are long gone now. You know, they're gone. They're out of Long Eaton. We have to start to learn to nip problems in the bud earlier, faster, more proficient and efficient moving forward. I'll leave that with you to put into place, you know. I'm gonna have just half. That's another thing, right? So people say, are you a glass half empty guy? Are you a glass half full guy? And me, I've got a glass with a liquid in it. That's it. I make up my own mind about things. Sometimes people can be a bit aggressive on pushing their shit onto you. You've got to be prepared to sort of buffer them out of the way, you know, so you can continue on your path and hopefully meet more and more souls that are just like you. You know, I'd say I've met about 5 or 6 people that I really fucking connected with that I wouldn't have met if it wasn't for this this channel. You know, they were on it like a car bonnet, and they're and Michael's one of them. You know, so to be able to get like different perspectives on things, a different angle on things, and to also interact with someone that knew how to steer the night as well. You know, Michael's a proper top chap. He really is. We've all got a Michael that we consider a friend, right? You need to hold on to those people with everything you've got, because you can trust them, you know, through anything that may be quirky about them or different about them, as long as they've always been all right with you. Not that you're like that, Michael, you know, you're not, well, you are a bit quirky, you know, and I dig that, because I know I am, you know, I'm not everyone's cup of tea, but we all need to start looking out for each other. The indigenous of our nation needs to start looking out for each other. I mean, I would have loved to have gone to Glastonbury in 1975, or within the first few years of Glastonbury opening up, right? I would have loved that. Because I would have just been completely and totally surrounded by like-minded people, you know, and very similar looking to me. Now, that's that gig that's now become so commercial that there are a lot of people that aren't going. You know, it's fuck that. You know, I watched the replay on YouTube, something like that, because your tents are so tightly knit, you're tripping over one tent skyline to another guy line, and then before you know it, you've fallen flat on your face, off your hat, hammered off your face, straight into the arse creek of some bloke in a tent in front of you who's shagging his girlfriend. So until you get your where you are, until you get your mojo back, you realise what's happening, and you pull away, and it's like, oh my god, that's fucking trauma. Get back in your tent, try and get some sleep it off, get it off, you know. And that's your Glastonbury. Now, France, they have their own music festival, right? And historically, it's been beautiful, beautiful, you know? So let me give you some quick stats. We'll turn it around onto a positive before I shut down. So allow who the fuck ever you want into your country. Measures were put in place, which obviously were started off in 97 by Blair, to be unlocked over the last 3 years to do the damage that it's doing, right? So if you look at previous statistics for the Paris Music Festival, right, and look at the problems they've had, you know, the hassles that the police have had to deal with, and blah 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 blah. Look at them. Look at them in not cryogenically. That's freezing. You know what I mean, time wise, right? And all of a sudden, that music festival, which should be all about vibrations, love, light, meeting new people, bonding with new people, making new friends, and having a good time and listening to music. I've been listening to music more now, concentrated really into the last sort of couple of weeks, than I have done for the last couple of years. And it's good. It keeps me up. It does. It keeps me going. Music is so powerful. So you invite the dregs of the Middle East and Africa into your country, you are going to incur problems, some proper fucking problems, right? Especially at the volume at which these wankers that are on the list are bringing them in. Boat, ferry, aircraft, dinghy. They're up in their game. But it's again, oil and water. It's a culture clash. It's a clash of cultures that do not mix. And all of these other cultures that we've got within our cities and our towns that do mix, you know, Islam doesn't mix with them either. So they just don't mix. So you've got that sort of mentality going on in Paris of absolute fucking Looney Tunes, not being able to just enjoy the moment and appreciate the music, which is what I do, which is what Michael does, which is what all of you guys do. The outcome of the Paris Music Festival was way worse than Notting Hill, and Notting Hill was shit. So there were, at the Paris Music Festival, there were 371 people arrested, 6 stabbings. Now, this is the bit I don't like, because it says 1,500 injured. That's way too specific a number for me to take seriously, you know? But I have done a bit of a dive, and it does seem to come up with, because at the time it was approximately 1,500, right? 13 police were injured. 51 vehicles set on fire. Now, the vehicle thing, that pisses me off, right? If you're coming down, oh God, I've got to be so fucking careful. We're not, because free speech is free speech. It is, it's free, it's free. You know, if there was a registration plate that gave away a certain person that I consider to have committed crimes against humanity, then I would probably see him as a target because the police aren't doing anything. The police aren't doing anything. When the police fail time and time and time and time again, there will be a group of people that will be turning around and going and just saying, there's no point. There's no point. You know, it doesn't matter. Put EastEnders on. You know, a waste of a brain, a waste of a life. Because they've been programmed all of their life. This Great Awakening is a relatively new phenomenon. So there are going to be a lot more. There's going to be a bigger presence. I mean, it's already happening in Ireland, you know. And I tried to have this conversation with the pikey who tried to buy me me motorhome off me for 1,500 quid, you know. But I was saying to him, look, you need to gather your community together because it's already happening in Ireland, and he looked quite surprised by that. Like, I didn't know anything about this. Because they're too busy thinking about 2 centimetre driveways, pruning tree meaning just chopping it down and then cutting it up into bits and then charging you for the disposal, something like 700% more than you agreed on with the initial price. That's why I don't trust pikeys. But this, again, their sense of community is off the charts. And I do think there is just a tiny element of them sort of rekindling their traveling life. Based on the fact that they're not part of the system, you know, they're out of the system. They've got, you know, they might have a PO box or something like that. You know, one's definitely got a bank account, but that could be one bank account for one entire family. So he's definitely got a bank account because he said, look, I'll give you £1,500. Well, it went up to £2,000 then. 200 grand. I wish. 20 grand. Fuck me. It's this green pond slime. I'd give you two grand and we'll take it away now. Now we can either give it to you in the cash, and I've got my cash. Seamus, as you can see, and he was. Seamus is counting that out right now. So I'll give you £2,000 for it, no questions asked, and I'll sort it all out. And I'm thinking, no. Whenever a pike, not, oh. But then again, packy, right, packy, you know. Oh, you can't say that. He said packy, Frank. Is he being racist? I don't know. What do they call British people when they're abroad? Brits. Well, that's an abbreviation of Britain. It's an abbreviation of British. Brits. So if you're from Pakistan, you're a Paki. It's not a racist slur. It's an abbreviation, you know. And any of these people that have come to our country that are trying to change the way that we run things, try to change our traditions, our ways, you know, our culture. That's not happening. It's not on, and no one should be tolerating that. You know, we haven't even got it bad yet. We haven't. You know, you look at if you look at Ireland, well, then they're fighting back. They are fighting back. but there are so many places within the UK that have fallen, and again, they're still trying to push this this mega Islamic city, you know, in the heartlands of Tesco, Texas. I can't even say that there's a similarity there. You know, you can go to Texas and see a guy. Just see a guy. You can go to Texas to see a guy. You don't need to start pushing out all of this negative rhetoric, but it's true. You know, the Texans, as far as I'm concerned, are the last bastion of what was left of the righteous wild, wild west, where you'd have posses and sheriffs going after people that were damaging people. But these people needed to be caught because they were... One of the problems we've got in this country is that we've got so many people coming in that have got different values to us, right? And they look at, especially during the summer, right? I think that this summer is going to be the polar opposite of the summer of love. Now, the summer of love was infiltrated, you know, by certain agencies and plied with drugs, loads and loads of drugs that came in to that era, right? And that's kind of taken off from there. So we need to just be keeping our heads on a swivel and making sure that our kids are safe from lunacy teaching, and look after our women as well. Now, when this barracks opens up down the bottom of the road, then I can't really say much. I can't say much about that. But I do think that it's not necessarily a bad idea if you live anywhere near a new estate that you're looking at and thinking, whoa, that's a big fucking house for a couple of people. Then it probably is not there for our uninvited friends. You know, it's a case of just using it's all about discernment. If you see them jumping off a bus, before their stop, or if they're harassing any of your fellow British sisters or brothers, you know, step in there, you know. And again, I'm not on about starting fights with people. I'm on about sticking up for people. Many of you would have been, again, I'm sticking my neck out here by saying this. I think most of you would have been victims at some point in your life, because I was, up until I was 14, and I got punched in the back of the head, and that changed everything. So we can't tolerate bullies. Now, if there's no compromise with the bully, you just shut them out. Just shut them out of your life. Anyone, as long as you stay loyal to yourself and honest to yourself, I do think that you'll attract people that are very like-minded. I really do. You know, and that's where the communities of the future will start to build. You know, swapping seeds and manpower and just everything. A little bit. Do you know what? A little bit like Hinduism, because they've got every single aspect of life covered, from spiritual to childcare to the list goes on. You know, again, Buddhism stole all. That's plagiarism. They stole all of their ideas from Buddhism and oh my God, Hinduism. So we're surrounded by people that are Sikhs, people that are Hindus, people that are agnostics, people that are atheists. Some people just coming out of school trying to figure out what their purpose is, feeling like there's some sort of mad, urgent rush to become something that's never going to pay off for them in the end anyway, you know? I can't get my head around that sort of mentality, because I've had so many jobs, and I thought, well, this isn't for me, you know. Or I could do the same job but 2/3 more pay. That's a situation that I regret, because that was I did that to a company because the type of job that I was doing was very niche. So not just anyone could be put on this machine and control this machine and maintain this machine more than the person that's been working on it for God knows how long. So they offered me my employment back when I came out of jail, and they honoured it. And but once I got back into it and started doing the job again, I felt like a robot. You know, jail changed me. I felt like a robot, and I just ended up leaving and just not doing any more work and just saying, look, you don't need to pay me for what I did. It was on me, you know. So just if you don't fully get the term authenticity, and again, I'm not meaning to sound condescending, because I've just listened to me saying that and it sounded condescending, and I don't like that, because I'm not like that. But what I'm saying is that yeah, a proper wild camp. Well, I'm off to bed. Good night, Alan, mate. I'm sure I missed you because I got waffling. When I make new friends, I always see them as friends for life. You're stuck with me now. I'm privileged to be stuck with you, Michael. You know, I know a good man when I see one. You know, and it's about trusting your mind, getting your mind and your gut lined up. And if something's off, something's off. You know, and I've never got that from the outrider. Michael, he's a top chap, really, really nice guy, you know, massive fucking heart, loads of talent, but doesn't, oh no, I'm not that good, you know, I'm not that good. He shies away from compliments and appreciation, which is a solid sign of a humble man. And I like humble people. These invaders could learn so much from us if they could leave their backward ideology behind them. Yeah, but they won't, because they're so indoctrinated. And if you, right, imagine you're someone with a relatively low IQ, right? And someone turns around to you. It's happened right the way across the white race as well, you know, with Jesus Christ, Latter Saints, whatever that is, proper fucking cult, right? This is just the same. It's people, it's needy people that can't follow their own path or forge their own destiny, their own path. They can't bushwhack through to find happiness. So they end up believing in other people's bullshit, you know, especially religion. Religion's massive up there. Religion is the biggest manipulator of people on earth now. It's so manipulative because people are trying to find purpose in life. They can Google what is the purpose of a human being in this world. The amount of shit you're going to get fed, you know. We've got a lot of scrubbing to do of bullshit off the internet, or maybe archive it so we can show our younger generations the kind of absolute 1984 bollocks that we had rammed down our throats. Yet here we are passing that information on to you, and we're 97 miles an hour because the accelerator's just jammed, and your arthritis has just kicked in, so you can't take your foot off the accelerator pedal. Oh, I feel like I'm sort of slurring my words a little bit now. Again, this is what happens when you don't drink during the week. And I think building up to anyone out there, that because I did have a really, really bad drink problem, you know. To an outsider looking in, I was an alcoholic, a high functioning alcoholic. And I do think that, you know, going to a psychologist, not a psychiatrist, a psychologist could get to the root of that problem. I do think that if your mum was an alcoholic, it can be genetic. But again, it's all down to you as an individual to be able to break that vicious circle, just break it, you know, which is what I did. So instead of being having to tolerate a shit mum, I took on a role of a responsible father figure, both in relationships and working in kids' homes. But there's a big difference, because at the end of my shift, generally, as long as no fucker let me down, right, after a 24-hour shift of working with some of the most troubled kids in the world, right, I was able to sign over that shift onto whoever was taking me off that shift. Read the report. So-and-so is a little bit off, but on the right side of it now, blah, 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 right? And even if I didn't have any experience whatsoever of being a parent, even if I had no experience of doing that whatsoever, does that mean that I still don't have the right to an opinion? Because sometimes the opinion from an outsider looking in is sometimes way more profound, because as a mother, especially to a newborn child, you're in there. You're constantly in there, you know, getting hammered. You sleep, you know, physically, mentally drawn and drained. And blokes don't have to go through that. But yeah, although I've never been a biological parent to a child, I have parented, and I do think that I've got an interesting outside looking in perspective on parenting, to the point where I think if you can't fulfill their every. You see, it's about balance. Again, it's about balance. If you do everything for that child's going to turn into a proper little cunt. You know, a regretful biological example of what you helped to create. So but I also believe that nurture is incredibly important to a child in their very, very young age. Nurture is very, very, very important. But then you need to start figuring out, again, I feel like what do you know about parenting? Why are you giving us advice on parenting? You're not a dad. We live in a country now where we are full to the fucking brim of pussies. Pussy men, pussy women, pussies. I'm not from a family of pussies, but I understand how this has all come about. You know? I think the perfect balancing for parenting is nurture and proper fucking tough love. Get that balance just right, and you'll raise a kid that is statistically going to turn out to be a critical thinking man or woman, you know. But if they again, it's just everything's what they've done is they've removed boundaries from everything, right? Man from woman, parents from child from gender. The list goes on and on and on and on and on, you know, and it's all been completely deliberate and planned out. So we need to be bringing community back into our communities, right? Even if they're a different colour to you, if they're, say, for example, Sikh or Hindu, they're going to have the same concerns as you are, and they might even have another take on stuff, you know. So the Sikhs, the Hindus, the agnostics, the atheists, some Jews, you know, some Jews that haven't been brainwashed and can see through all of this. You know, this, yeah. You see, I spoke to someone that was allegedly a devout Christian, and you know, I don't want to annoy anyone or offend anyone, but I wanted to ask a few questions about Christianity, right? So I turned around and said, right, so let me just get this right, because I wanted her to feel like she had the power, right? And I didn't know much. It's a little bit cheeky and deceptive. I get that now, right? But it was all because I needed to see. It might make sense as I move along, right? So I turned around to her and said that, right, so Adam was made of clay. Then the God breathed life into Adam. Then Eve was made from one of Adam's ribs, which means that when they finally got around to fucking, Adam was fucking himself because he was genetically identical. So that was the start of the, you know, whatever we are, you know, that was the start in Genesis. So he's gotten over that. And so then you turn around and say, so Adam and Eve, which was never Adam and Steve, just saying. So Adam and Eve then went on to bear children. So that was children that were developed and born into the new world based on one guy who was originally made from clay, who fucked a woman that was made from one of his ribs, and then they produced lots of children, and then those children were asked to go forth and multiply, which is incest, right? Now, I threw that question at, and I'm not going to give a name away because I would prefer not to disrespect people, even though she's got it coming, right? So she turned around and said that there were more people. So I'm thinking, right, hold on. Adam was born of clay. Eve was born of a rib from Adam that was born from a clay. So how can there be loads and loads of other people? Where the fuck did they come from? And what's their relevance? And why is that not mentioned? Something quite important in Genesis. Why is that not mentioned anywhere? You know? So please forgive me for not believing in any religion. None. I've got total faith in myself, which is unwavering. It's getting more and more, it's getting stronger every single day. I'm just becoming more and more me, you know? And that's how everyone, I believe, should be, because you know exactly what you're getting. You know, there's no real sort of hidden agenda. There's no side hustle. There's nothing. It's just people finding things in common now that would have meant nothing 6 years ago. But now you meet up with people that know about, if you would turn around to them and just say, just 2 things out of thousands, right? Are you aware of mRNA biotech? And they go, no. You give them a summary, right? And you say, look, you can look it up yourself. It's true. Then there are so many ways of getting these people that have been brainwashed and adopted the genetics of previous relatives that were brainwashed, making them more brainwashed. We need more people because the British are an intelligent species. We are. We're species. The British are a very, very smart, very shrewd, very fucking tough nation, right? So if anyone can rid ourselves of any threats, domestically or not, right, we can do it. We can, and we will, because there'll be no choice. There'll be no choice. I'm going to top this up, but less, because I'm sure that some of you guys are flagging now, right? So it's coming to 1:45, and you know, even when it gets down to 6 people, I'll carry on talking, because we're all together, you know, and it's nice. It's nice. And if you've been able to tolerate me waffling for what we are now, oh fuck me, surely that's the fastest 4 hours and 40 minutes ever. So there are people wanting to just go and get the red down, get to bed. There are going to be some people that have had a little bit of a skinful, and then there are going to be people that want to stay awake and have a chat and feel less isolated, because that's one thing that I think we've all got a common thread in. I think I've been quite lucky in some regards, because I've got 5 older siblings, and I'm the second oldest. And out of all 6 of us, bizarrely, only one of us got jabbed. Just one out of all 6 of us. So I think so that says quite a lot about my genetics. And I think that my dad only ended up caving in because he's not, I've got more of my mum's genetics in regards to no nonsense, no bullshit. You know, my dad, he's got loads of really good traits, but if his missus turned around and said, Barra, because that's how they don't go, if it's got a Y on the end, like Berry or Funny or Barry, which is how we speak. In Clifton, they go Funny, Barra, Silla. I fucking hate it. But because she was a data inputter in a GP surgery, my night, I don't like calling him, I don't like slating any of my my family off, you know. But my dad was very naive. He was very naive, and he believed the words of a fucking data inputter on that worked in a GP surgery. So that was it, you know. Oh, I'm fully trained, you know. And I do believe that she played a part in my dad going back on his promise not to get jabbed. So I know that she's played a part in that. So I again, this is where the whole family dynamics gets fucked up. I know that any of you guys will have had the same problem with certain family members or certain friends. You know, the conflict that COVID-19 provided was off the charts. It was immense. You know, it was so divisive. But like I said, here we are. But it just goes to show it's when you try and figure out some sort of percentage of people that show promise of coming around and waking up, you know, people like that are going to need a lot of support, you know, because their entire world view is very different to ours. We see, you know, black is black, red is red, fire is fire, water is water. We're very matter of fact based on evidence and research, you know, and discernment. But a lot of our big chunks of our what were our family and friendship groups, a lot of them don't have that ability, you know, but some of them do. So this is one of the reasons why we just can't give up. We can't. It's so important, but I do understand why so many of you guys would just disconnect, you know. I've tried. Fuck them. So just I'm just gonna waffle. I'm gonna waffle a little bit for the next 12 minutes, and we'll shut off at 2, right? And I was thinking about the irrational mind behind being part of Palestine Will Be Free march, because there don't seem to be any groups forming saying, look, this is what's happening in Palestine. We just want to be left alone. We need aid, you know, because they're just bringing the aid up and then fucking detonating it in front of people's faces and the stuff that, and this isn't just me looking at the wrong sources or biased sources to find this information out. This is me going across platforms and people sharing information with me and me sharing information with other people and making correlations that are in stone, you know? Oh, man. So what's going on over there is it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable the amount of suffering and the backing from America, you know. And Keir Starmer is like, I wonder how much I would pay. I wonder how much I would pay to roofie Donald Trump and get him to give me a hand job. That's the sort of mentality I think Keir Starmer's got. I think he's off his fucking trolley. And that's what Jimmy Savile can do to you. If you spend too much time around, they can really, really fucking fix it for you, which isn't good. As we all move forward, right, so yeah. When you go on any of these marches, you'll see people that will be from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, or various other little placards and signs, okay? We all know that Israel, or at least the government, is incredibly corrupt, and between them and Mossad, they've got so much dirt on so many people, you know, including Trump and Kennedy. So they're just lapdogs. What I find fascinating is that Tel Aviv is the capital of Israel, right? And the fact that they are the capital of what they would claim to be the birthplace of Christ, then you would think that they would be very strict on following Christian values, or not Christian values, but the so-called peaceful element of their religion. Now, so not only is the Jewish book based on a lot of violence and the killing of the Gentiles, you know, Tel Aviv is also the gay capital of the Middle East. In many cases, it's actually encouraged. So this is the middle of the middle of Israel, the capital of Misrael. And we're just in a perpetual state of train that soldier up, he goes on to die. Train this soldier up, he goes on to die. This is why we can't allow any of our young lads and lasses to be part of this, which is essentially all part of a depopulation program. You know, wars do a very, very, very good job of that. Very good. Because everything goes outwards. So you start off with Mr. and Mrs. Jones, They have 2 kids, David and Lisa. David goes off and meets someone else, has kids with them. Lisa has two kids. This guy has 2 kids. So you started off with with a parent having 2 kids. That 2 turns into 8. That turns into, it doesn't just go straight to double, because it's so there are so many problems that we've got on our plates right now, right? And I've listed quite a few of them off. But I genuinely do believe that our best defense will always be non-compliance. That's it. We're not interested. We don't want to be part of this, and that's it. But you're going to have to commit yourself. It's quite a commitment. It's quite a commitment to turn your back on the system that has brainwashed you and your family for decades upon decades upon decades upon decades. But it's the best thing you can do, because you get to find out more about yourself through living life and fucking up here and there. You get to learn a lot more about yourself. Whereas you go to, getting yourself into mainstream, mainstream and post-mainstream education, you're setting yourself up for total and complete indoctrination and debt. So as I wind down to 2 o'clock, because I know that some of you guys you'll need to get your head down. We still hold all the power, right? But you've got to, I'm not saying you've got to do anything, because whenever someone on YouTube goes, you need to do this or you've got to do, that fucking irritates me. So I don't want to be one of them. Just know that everything is 100% unraveling, which is why they're up in the ante. But there is still no way that they can win. But that doesn't mean that you kind of taking your foot off the pedal or your finger off the pulse of the planet is a good thing, because it's going to be a joint effort of lots and lots of people from lots and lots of countries all coming together and battling back, hopefully peacefully at first. But these are narcissists and psychopaths. They don't listen to reason. They don't understand reason. So it's going to get very, very, very fucking intense. And you throw on top of that all of the other problems that we've got. All of this is extra fuel, and then it's just going to ignite. And there won't be enough police officers across nationally, right, that are going to be able to take control of the situation. They've proven themselves time and time again to be absolutely pathetic at taking control of the situation. So it's not going to happen. So all our governments may be left with, as far as a possibility of taking control of the country is concerned, could be don't know if anyone's ever watched any sort of like Wild West films. My dad was an absolute fucking nut job for him, so I watched quite a few with him. And there were a few where a good group of men all came together and they were all given a badge to be deputized in order to bring these murderers and these rapists, allegedly, again, I'm just trying to make a point, just so that we can get the right people in place at the right time with the right attitude, because we can't make any mistakes. We can't lower ourselves to their level. We're all about finding another way, leading by example, and passing that information on to anyone that's interested in separating themselves from this, you know, ticking time bomb of a world. You know, that ticking time bomb can go off tomorrow, and I believe that I've put enough things in place and I'm forth thinking well enough to be able to find a way. I've always found a way, and proper preppers, I think that that's just the way that we're wired up. We're solution based, you know, and even if I can't come up with a conclusion, I could ask you and you could give me loads and loads of suggestions, you know, or vice versa in an email. So we've got one hell of a battle ahead of us, and but they can't win. They can't win. So who knows? We could end up with a Britain that was, I don't know, 5 years past the end of World War II. You know, we need to start getting community spirit back. That is very, very important, because, and along the way, you'll get to figure out, right, you know what, I've lived next door to this guy for 15 years and I didn't even know that his surname was double-barreled Amma cunt. And you're going to have other neighbours that are going to be absolute proper assets to you further down the line because of their skill set, their knowledge, their half decent level of maturity, with a critical thinking mind, with some first aid knowledge, you know, and a lot of determination. And that's how we'll end up, you know, and we will, you know, we will, but we don't want people that are like waving us off to war when they could be contributing in some way. So just saying, to any of the pussies out there, and there are a lot of pussies, there are so many pussies. The last 2 generations have bore absolute fucking pussies. You know, a bad day to me. I could go into that. I could give you examples of what historically a bad day has been in my life, and I could tell you lots of different ones. But again, this isn't a worries me thing. I'm not like that. You know, I'm not like that, right? So the latest generation, right? A tough traumatic event could literally be because they found a stain that didn't come out in the wash on the shirt that they were wanting to wear that night to go out with the lads, that they're moaning at their mum is taking too long to iron, and has she got something that she can put on that stain to make it disappear? because I don't know what else. I don't know what other shirt to wear. It's doing me head in. I'm panicking. Pussies. They wouldn't know a bad fucking day if it jumped up, grabbed them by the throat, and fucking headbutted them. They wouldn't have a clue. They're not all like that. They're not all like that. I'm telling you now, they're not. Right? I've listened to a few young people at some of these marches, and I thought, is that scripted? And I've kind of looked out the corner of my eye, trying to be discreet. And this is from the heart. These are young people, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 22, 24, young people, right, that are with us. But unfortunately, we've got a shitload of people that have spent, maybe a couple of 100 years of being completely indoctrinated by the system. But these people, we we back to the wheat and the chaff, but we can't give up on those where we see there might be a little bit of a spark. We can never give up on that. If you want to, go for it, but I won't, I can't, because the way we're headed is so critical based on our actions today, and our opinions and our I've seen loads of reposts on X of someone saying that good times make weak men. Bad times make good, strong men. And I agree with both of them. So now we're in a position where we can, and again, I feel like I've got to watch what I'm saying here, because I don't want to give anything away further down the line. We've got to maintain a decent level of discretion. But there are please just keep thinking outside the box. Keep thinking outside the box, because that's where all of the answers are, all of the remedies, and you'll be able to deal with the law in the right way, which is where you are above them. The police by consent. If you don't consent, they're breaking the law. They're laying their hands on you, which is assault. The list goes on, it's a long list. So we need to know what our rights are, just in case we need to interact with the legal system. Other than that, Michael, I've just had another reminder today from that parking fine, right? No one's ever going to see a penny of that, because they're not going to get a penny. So, but one of the good things, silver linings, is that now I've got a reminder of a parking fine that's now made it into even numbers again. And that gives me peace. Just look at it like this before I sign off. Okay? If there's been no serious alarm and distress, not just he called me a bitch and he ran off. You're a pathetic little fucking mardy little cunt, right? Grow a pair, because you'll just wilt away and be destroyed in the world that's going to be hitting us initially, right? So people that can just see things from a very, very broad peripheral, right? everything is about to change. Everything's going to change. Everything that you've ever known, levels beyond what I can say, because I don't fully know the complete and total impact of what's coming our way in regards to these the digital IDs, blah blah blah. But again, the police, you need to know where you stand with the police. The police are not there for you. They are there to raise funds, So if you ever get a letter from the police, or you get arrested by the police, or cautioned by the police, pursue it. If you've got the balls, pursue it, pursue it, pursue it. You just need to say simple things like, are you trained in law? And they'll go, well, I'm a police officer, I know the law. No, are you trained in law? Have you got official documentation that you are trained in law? And they'll go, no. And that's when you turn around and say, well, there's absolutely no point in me conversing with you if you don't know the law. And if you don't know the law, how can you enforce a law that you don't know anything about, that I could turn around to you and explain to you, and you wouldn't have a clue, because I'd do it in such a way where you could finish off my sentences and you won't be able to do it, because all you've done is 8 weeks of learning to walk around in a fucking an oversized uniform, and just walk around and learn maybe the top 20 most common charges you can slap on someone in order for the Crown Corporation to make more money. We can do all of this by ourselves. And going back to the whole respect thing, right? People would respect us for doing what we do because we're sticking our heads above the parapet. We're getting shit done that should have been done years ago. Again, I can't really elaborate much on that. But change is coming, and I will be part of that change. And one of the big questions is, will you? Because you've got a hell of a lot to lose, so much to lose. A lot of people have lost all that already. It's gone. COVID wipes every one of their dreams out, just so that they can push all the finances up into these massive corporations that go around lobbying our politicians. Enough is enough. It's as simple as that. I'm not going to have any retarded, fucked up, coke snorting junkie cunt of a man tell me that there are rules and these are the rules you need to follow. Go fuck yourself. I know I have got a very, 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 very finely tuned knowledge between right and wrong. I don't need some snooty, shithead little politician prick to tell me whether I'm right or wrong. I know I am right or wrong. And I'm completely uncorruptible. Whereas a lot of these police officers are easily corruptible. I heard a few more stories over the weekend. It's just, they're an absolute joke. You can call them and say, look, my house has just been burgled. Are you safe now? Yeah, I'm safe now. All the doors are locked. Okay, we'll get back to you within the next 2 to 10 hours. You know, someone that's just experienced aggravated burglary. Now, aggravated burglary probably won't happen in your house. It certainly won't happen in my house, because aggravated burglary is where someone breaks into your house and they're stealing stuff whilst you are in the house. You know, I've wargamed the shit out of that. I've wargamed the shit out of so many things, and I strongly suggest that you maybe consider just taking a bit of time out to wargame certain scenarios, so it doesn't all hit you all at once when the SHTF finally comes around, because we're not there yet. It might feel like it for some people, but we are not there yet. Nowhere close. I wrote some notes down as well. So let me try and leave it on a positive and prepping perspective, because I feel like I waffled a bit there, and I do apologise. I'm just quite passionate about my country and my fellow countrymen and countrywomen, and Sharia law can never ever be allowed to take a foothold in any part of this country, because we are built on Christian values, not a charlatan, you know, not a plagiarist. So that's all he was. Only thick people copy other people. Just saying. So top up, please. If again, I don't like that. You know, when someone says do this, do that, I fucking hate that. So I've got to reword that now. Please consider getting extra rice in and getting extra vegetables in that you can dehydrate yourself, because the frozen veg, so easy. You buy a kilo pack of frozen veg, you lay it all out onto each one of the drawers of your dehydrator, but it doesn't remove all of the chemicals that's added to those vegetables to make them freeze quicker, you know. So you're still consuming fuck knows what. This is why, please build up on your foraging skills, and then bring it back in the shitload. And whilst you're bringing it back, do loads and loads and loads and loads of research, because you could end up developing, or you will end up developing, a skill that is quite rare at the moment because of big pharma taking over. So you're going to need a sideline, a side hustle, but not so much of a hustle that you're ripping people off. It should be more of a community building process, at least initially. So just one nutritional piece of information. We've all bought, when you know that you see this, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. Oh, I nearly did that so many times when I was camping with Michael and Alan. I was going to come through, ducking around through the underbrush, saying, yeah, tonight none of them have got a fucking clue which one's going home tonight, or Gan and Yem. Which one's Gan and Yem tonight? Which is Geordie for going home, right? Let's find out. And then they all come around and whatever. Their diets, if they didn't pull off certain tasks, their diets were restricted to rice and beans. And now there's a reason for that. It's because it's sustainable. Now, rice can give you the carbs. Carbs aren't great on a regular basis, but it's still energy. But 1 cup of a half decent bean, like a black-eyed bean, or pea, whatever you want to call it. Kidney beans, yeah, but you've got to be careful with them. Make sure you cook the fucking arse out of them, otherwise you're in trouble. But all of the beans that you've bought, you've been out and bought, and if you've not bought any beans, get them in, because they're shelf stable. There's no liquid, there's no moisture. Keep them sealed away from any moisture source, right? And you've got an excellent source for protein. So 1 cup of beans, and when we say cup, we're not talking about mugs. You know, when you used to go around to granny's, she went, "You want a cup of tea?" And she'd serve it up in a little bone china, little cup. You know, that's a cup, right? 1 cup of beans is equal to a chicken breast in protein. Now, provided you're not buying GM infected crops, which you need to look into because that's your job, right? Then you've probably got a better chance of getting healthier protein in you than something that's been grown in a fucking lab and then shown as normal chicken breasts in a supermarket because they look identical. You know, I need to piss, bear with me, and then we'll wrap it up. See, I could have made that piss last forever. But I was aware of time. So I had to kind of like focus, cut it off, you know. Anyway, guys, look, you know, I hope you got something out of tonight. You know, you got maybe a little bit of a laugh, maybe. I don't know. But I love that togetherness and the fact that I know that I'm talking to people that think like I do, and you know, they have kind of the same outlook on life and an absolute determination to make sure that we maintain the beautiful things about our country, you know, at all costs. So we're down to 4 people, and to those lovely 4 people, and I really do appreciate you you're spending your time with me up until 23 past 2 in the morning. I do appreciate that. I really do. I know that a lot of you guys would rather be in bed, you know. So thanks a lot. And I hope you have a great weekend. Giving out some nice weather, you know. Enjoy the little things. Just enjoy the little things. Don't overlook the little things. Okay? So for now, good night. Sleep well. and ciao for now.